never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
We'll get to the big boost later. I don't know what the hell that was. Hi there, welcome in. Got a Friday coming on. Yeah, TGIF. What are we looking at? Yeah, we'll be working in the 8th day of April. Yeah, closing out the first full week of April. Hope you've had a good week. Welcome in. Another edition. Get 5 full hours. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. As we progress through the overnight hours, not one but 2 opportunities for you to get the latest keywords in our $1,000 Driver Daily Bonus Contest. As Hot Shot Secret teams up with our friends at TNCRadio.live and the Independent Broadcasters Association nationwide contest. Hour number 2 will give you keyword number 1. And it's very simple. Go to tncradio.live on the web, or you can use the tncradio.live app. And welcome in, overnightdriveradio.com. Good to have you with us. Looks like another soggy night for our friends in the Northeast. Yeah, our friends in Maryland and eastern Pennsylvania. much of New York still contending with a lot of rain tonight. Some of that's pretty heavy rain. Now, once the rain clears out, things look to calm down a little bit as we head into the weekend. Now, we do have another disturbance that's bringing some lighter precipitation through northern Indiana, through the heart of Illinois, spotty shower activity on back into Missouri. You may even find a few snow showers. Yes, is Old Man Winter not done yet? Yeah, parts of Minnesota, Wisconsin, a few snow showers down into Iowa. Yeah, Omaha, there in eastern Nebraska, looking at some snow showers at this hour. Tell you what we want to do. We want to jump right in. We've been talking the last couple of nights about what may be a pretty ugly week coming our way next week as more details begin to come together. An expansive, multifaceted storm is now being forecast to strengthen rapidly as it travels from the Rockies to the Great Plains. Forecasters at AccuWeather tell us this could result in a 5-day stretch of threatening severe weather, as well as, if you're done with winter, put your fingers in your ears, a robust snowstorm that may produce an all-out blizzard in parts of the West. Some locations over the north central states may be buried under feet of snow at the same time as a severe weather outbreak is destined to unfold and may stretch from the Gulf Coast to the Great Lakes. Yeah, cold air is going to be diving into the western U.S. It will begin to collide with surging warmer air and more humid air that's going to be moving into the eastern states over the weekend here. That's going to set the stage for a high-impact storm in between those two varying air masses. Numerous disruptions to travel, shipping interest are likely to unfold. Power outages as a result of rain, thunderstorms, wind, and snow from the unfolding and strengthening storm next week right over the middle portions of the country. We'll start with much colder air that's going to plunge into the western states. Again, starting this weekend, and it's going to hang around into next week. As this happens, the storm currently moving over the Pacific will begin making landfall across the coast of Oregon and Northern California Sunday night. It begins to swing inland. We will see some rain and several inches of mountain snow in the Pacific Northwest. Since the storm is relatively weak at this point in time over the western third of the country, compared to its intensity as it grows stronger over the northern plains, not really going to see a whole lot of precip. Any rain in California would be beneficial. Rain is forecast for lower elevations with snow showers in the mountains, even in Southern California and parts of the Southwest Monday into Tuesday. Some of those showers may turn gusty, maybe some thunder, lightning, and even some hail in parts of California, San Francisco, Los Angeles, even down to San Diego. Now, forecasters say the rain or mountain snow in the Southwest not going to have a significant impact on the seasonal totals or the long-term drought conditions there. Gusty winds, though, may kick up dust, raising the risk of wildfires in locations where rain does not fall. Yes, I did use the word blizzard and feet of snow. Blizzard may unfold from the Rockies to the northern plains as this storm pivots across the interior west Monday and Tuesday. That's when it really begins to gain some strength. Heavy snow may fall on parts of the higher elevations, the Wasatch Range in Utah. Rain soaking some of the valley floors from Nevada to western portions of Colorado. Then this is where it gets interesting as the storm emerges from the Rockies and swings northeastward across the plains. Throughout midweek, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, the atmospheric fireworks will be set off. A slow-moving swath of heavy snow, perhaps 1 to 3 feet in total, will impact areas from central Colorado and Wyoming, southeastern Montana to portions of western Nebraska, the Dakotas, parts of Minnesota, all that from Tuesday through Friday. The models are depicting blizzard conditions are likely to unfold as this storm gains strength and the snow piles up and the winds increase. Extensive blowing and drifting snow could result in road closures due to high-velocity winds and what could be massive snow drifts. It is possible the storm exceeds the blizzard criteria of 1/4 mile visibility or less, winds of 35 miles per hour or greater for 3 consecutive hours. Should this storm develop into its full potential, winds may frequent 50 miles per hour with near zero visibility, in some cases over parts of the northern Rockies and the plains. Yeah, most of the people that have lived there in the northern plains and the Rockies know that the month of April can deliver some tremendous snowstorms. Black Hills in South Dakota, actually you average 10 to 20 inches of snow in the month of April. It is possible the Black Hills and other locations in that region may pick up an entire month's worth of snow from this individual storm. At this point, the exact track of the storm determines where that heaviest snow will fall. Now, at this time, forecasters say it looks like Denver to Minneapolis may be just outside where the storm drops the heaviest snow. But that could change. A southward shift in the track of the storm could put either or maybe both of those cities in the throes of a blizzard. Then you've got the southeastern, warmer side of the storm, where thunderstorms, severe thunderstorms, will be unfolding at the start of next week. All facets of severe weather, high winds, hail, flash flooding, tornadoes are likely in an outbreak that could span Monday to Friday. Severe thunderstorms could even extend from near the Gulf Coast all the way up into the Great Lakes region Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Now, an area of roughly 50 to 100 miles over parts of the northern plains and upper Midwest may be a zone that separates severe thunderstorms, tornado watches, tornado warnings versus winter storm and blizzard watches and warnings. If you could fathom that, 50 to 100 miles separation to two sides of the storm. Of course, the bulk of the severe weather so far this year has really been confined to the southern third of the country. That's looking like it's going to change because this storm is going to become so strong, the warm, humid air is going to be pulled 1,000 miles to the north of the Gulf of Mexico. That means while people in Dallas, Oklahoma City, New Orleans obviously would have to monitor the severe weather, in this case, residents from Omaha, Nebraska to Chicago and Detroit are going to have to pay close attention to the forecast as well. This powerful circulation in this storm could trigger damaging winds with thunder and lightning in some cases across the plains, the Mississippi Valley, and even the Great Lakes region. This far ahead, forecasters telling us this is going to be potentially another blockbuster storm. Obviously, in the coming days, they'll be hammering out all the details, and we'll have it all covered for you here at the Overnight Drive. All right, meanwhile, we'll check on big changes in temperatures. A little chill outside the studio. 40 degrees at this hour. Outside the hotshot secret bunker in southwest Ohio, with a warm-up anticipated over the coming days, setting the stage where we could be in that zone potentially for some of those stronger storms next week. We're going to see a big-time roller coaster ride, very chilly conditions settling in the Northeast, right on the heels of a warm-up we've seen, and it's all going to flip-flop back and forth. Who we got checking in out of the box here on a Friday? Hello to James. Good to have you on board. Morning, Steve. Did you hear Uncle Joe's going to be giving away free cell phones at the taxpayers' expense to all the illegals coming in? Yes, I have that story right here beside me. That's been confirmed by the White House Wednesday, as a matter of fact, that this is the way we're going to track them and be able to keep in contact with them. We're going to give them a smartphone. Terry, listening into the Badlands of South Dakota this morning. It's been a horrible day for fuel mileage, 40 degrees. We've had some wet snow through the day. Everybody be safe out there. Prayers for Eskimo Mavia. She had her surgery this past day. Hope everything's going well, feeling better. Top of the morning, Steve. Santa Claus on board. 80 degrees here at Lost Hills, California. Headed home for a quick rest, then on to our visit over the Pacific Northwest bases next week. Good to have you on board, Santa Claus. Morning to the Michigan Madman. He says, hello, everybody. Will it ever stop raining? Well, let's see. I think the good Lord promised it's not going to rain for 40 days and 40 nights anyway. So, yeah, at some point, Michigan Madman, it will stop. Heat wave checking in from Albuquerque at this hour. Headed for Southern California. Safe travels there. Zorro, what happened to the Big Moose intro? I don't know. I hit the button and boom, something went crazy. We'll get it fixed up. Chevy Guy, copied the mail. David, rain, go away. Good afternoon, everybody. Hammer down. There's Larry on board. Be safe. Let's see. 17N in New Jersey flooded. Been sitting here for about an hour. Okay, yeah, the heavy rains I mentioned. Yeah, it's been raining there in the Northeast. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler on board. Morning, Steve. We've got 45 degrees here in Arkansas City, Kansas. Shout out to the Carolina Monkey Gouger from the Yellow Brick Road. Hello to Pappy, 39 here in Harrison, Ohio. It's Friday. Everybody be safe and enjoy the weekend. Let's see. Eric says, I went to the dentist today. Dentist was a female. It's a good move. She had small hands. Only female dentists for me from here on out. That makes sense. Hope all goes well there. Good morning. Checking in from Stillwater, Oklahoma. There's Charles. It's nice, cool, 50 degrees. Everybody keep on rolling safe out there. Richard checking in from Central Florida with 68 at this hour. There's Dave. Hello, Steve. Dave checking in from Parsonsfield, Maine. It's spring. We've got heavy rainfall, 1 to 2 inches of rain, and 60 degrees in our forecast tomorrow. You see, that's the warm up, then get ready for another chill. There's the Dipsy driver on board, going to do it all over again on this overnight drive. Hello to all the great listeners. It's kind of cold and gloomy here in mid-Michigan. Well, until early next week, then things warm up, and then it's the rain. But happy Friday, everybody. Hello to Billy. Morning overnight drive, folks. Have a great day. Brian says, did you actually say the S word? Yeah, I did. Sorry about that. Roy. Morning, Roy. Sounds like the wheat crop in the west and the southwest could use some rain. Yeah, Gilligan checking in. Morning, Steve and the fellow listeners. The rain is finally cleared on I-81 for now in Dublin, Virginia. We've got 48 degrees at this point in time. Happy Friday, Steve, from the Rock Pick. Hello, our truckers, third shift workers, and fellow insomniacs. We've got 44 degrees, cloudy in Rochester, New York, where I'm going to be dropping off of YouTube, headed over to get some rest with Alexa. We'll be tuned in. Stay safe and enjoy. All right, morning, Steve, and all the men and women truck drivers out there. Thank you for all you do. Did you hear that Cracker Jacks are going to change the name to Cracker Jill? No, I didn't. Come on, Bruce. Ease up on me. Good morning, Deborah. Morning, Steve. It's been a gloomy, misty day here in Indiana. Looks like we may actually get some flurries this weekend. Anyway, hope my special driver and all the drivers out there are safe tonight. Yeah, and I got your email earlier, Deborah. I think I actually had that story printed up. Several had forwarded that to me. The announcement from Walmart looking for drivers. I can't remember who it was last week that had checked in and inquiring, asking any Walmart drivers out there, is that a good company to work for? And it looks like they're going to be bumping up their pay. They say truck drivers will make $95,000 to $110,000 in your first year with Walmart. Again, the announcement made this past day. That's one of our top industry headlines, which we will jump into coming up here momentarily. Before we get a quick timeout, Scrapyard's on the line, and I guess he's got some sort of an update on what's going on, some sort of Interstate 49. What's going on, Scrapyard?
Oh, what's happening, Captain? Nothing good in the hood out here. Anything above doing a double nickel out here on I-49 in northwest Arkansas, you're asking for trouble. So they got the high wind event out here right now. I've got about 25 thou in the box, and it's beating me like a redheaded stepchild out here. That certain places along I-49, even entering into Fayetteville, Arkansas, you're getting winds in excess of 60 mile an hour due to the lay of the land. The ridges acting like big wind traps and funnels, and it's throwing people around pretty hard. It even pushed a Dodge Grand Caravan clear off the road while they go right in front of me.
Wow. I mean, it's been a windy week through the heart of the country. I mean, as I look at the current watches and advisories, I'm not really seeing any wind advisories, as a matter of fact. They're in Arkansas. They've got some wind advisories through New Mexico, the Texas-Oklahoma panhandle up into much of Kansas, red flag warnings on up through much of Nebraska tonight. But I appreciate the heads up. I guess they've got some winds kicking in parts of Texas and Louisiana as well.
Yeah, up here with the way that these rolling hills and ridge lines, they turn back on themselves, and it catches wind and pretty much doubles the wind value. Up for these big car lots up in the middle of Fayetteville, got flags up here that are big enough to cover up a fully loaded semi truck and trailer, and big giant flags, and they're like rotating 180 degrees. The wind keeps switching directions and all that up here real bad. It's road signage for the construction zones blowing around, and barrels and everything else like that up through here. It's blowing trash and all that. If they got fences east of here and all that, they're going to have to go out there and pick up a whole bunch of damn trash. That's for sure.
Wow. Well, that's good times out there on the highway. So the wiggle wagons are really wiggling tonight.
Yeah, I'm going by past Fayetteville Honda out here, and that I guess they weren't paying attention to the wind events and all that. That big flagpole is waving back and forth like a dadgum metronome.
All right, wow.
That it's got so much wind stress on that flagpole that you can sit there and you can see it vibrating going down the road.
Well, I appreciate the update, Scrapyard. Everything else going all right? It's been a while since we heard from you.
Also, prayers for a driver friend of mine who works for Bozeman out of down there around Malvern, Arkansas. He goes by Zigzag. They slam dunked him in the hospital emergency. His gallbladder just about exploded on him, and they got him prepped for surgery, and they got a lineup and all that. So it'll probably be hopefully he's in surgery right now, but they scanned him, and his gallbladder was just absolutely full of gallstones and hardened up like a rock. It was about to rupture on him.
Wow. Okay. Well, prayers for Zigzag. All right. Well, thank you for the heads up there for the drivers in Arkansas, parts of the South. As I mentioned, I still dealing with some winds. I guess it's not quite to the criteria to warrant wind advisories or high wind warnings, but I do see red flag warnings, which means obviously gusty winds and dry conditions along the Gulf Coast from southeastern Texas through Louisiana on over into southern Mississippi. So caution. At the same time, we've got there's a freeze watch all the way down into northern Alabama tonight. Thought we were done with this winter type stuff. Let's take a look here. What do we see? Freeze watch in effect from 1 a.m. Central Time through 9 a.m. for that's not for Friday morning. That's for Saturday morning. So 24 hours from now, all the way down into northern Alabama, we'll see temperatures, a period of sub-freezing temperatures. All the counties in northern Alabama, as well as Lincoln, Moore, Franklin counties there in southern middle Tennessee. Chilly temperatures. All right, 22 past the hour. It is 844-3388 as we head into a Friday morning, getting set for the weekend. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, lines available as we roll into a Friday morning here. Let me see. Racing weekend underway with many of our Hot Shot Secrets sponsored racers. Things actually got underway this past day there at the PDRA East Coast Nationals. Gallant Motorsports Park in North Carolina. So good luck. Hot Shot Secret wishing all of our sponsored racers, including Big Boost Bill Lutz, good luck as they have kicked off the PDRA season at the East Coast Nationals. Again, Gallant Motorsports Park in North Carolina. Coming up Saturday, just a one-day event. Shout out to our racers there. Best of luck to the Hot Shot Secret sponsored racer, Jimmy Murray, as he's heading down to Tyler County Speedway in West Virginia for the next leg of the Steel Block Late Model Series. Again, Saturday. Then also Saturday and Sunday. For all of our tractor pulling fans out there, the NTPA back underway. The Clay County Fair pool at the Paul E. Reinhold Agricultural Fairgrounds in Florida, Saturday and Sunday. Of course, Hot Shot Secret, a proud sponsor of the National Tractor Pullers Association, wishing all of our sponsored pullers good luck this weekend. Again, as you head down to the Sunshine State there in Florida. Good luck, racers and poolers. All right, a couple minutes before we'll hit our bottom of the hour news break. Had a few other friends checking in via our Overnight Drive Radio Facebook, Overnight Drive Radio YouTube feeds this morning. At 41 degrees here in Sharon, Pennsylvania. There's JS checking in. Have a great day. Stay safe. Buckeye Boy checking in from Phoenix at this hour. Last night here, it's actually 89 degrees. It was pretty warm today. I did tune in to the Masters, watch some of the Masters golf tournament quite a bit today. You know, Tiger Woods had a great round, considering they wondered if he was actually even going to be able to walk at this time a year ago. Have a great night and a good weekend, everybody. Be careful out there. Saw some headline in regards to the Masters. If Tiger Woods, if by some miracle we're able to actually win the Masters, Something about where the betting, the sports books would just take an incredible loss because the odds were not in his favor, obviously. Yeah. Let's see, where's Doc Holliday these days? Timothy said the next several stops for the People's Convoy are at casinos. Uh-oh. Hey, Doc, are you aware of that? If he knows, he'll be stopping by. He'll join the convoy for a couple days, right? Let's see. Who else we got? Dipsy Driver checking in, all good in Colorado. Norman checking in from Kansas. We had high winds all day long. Yeah, the wind blowing hard across the midsection of the country. You know why that is? Because all that's going on in D.C. sucks right now. All right, hello to Timothy as well, says praying for the Rambler. I did catch a post there on Facebook from him earlier, whereas he's typically offering prayers for those in need out there. He's got some things going on in his life, didn't expound on it, but asking for everyone to pray for the Rambler and his family. Hope all is well at the Rambler Home 20. All right, we'll get our news update here and all the details when we come back. Walmart announcing they're raising pay for long-haul truck drivers and launching a new program to train the next generation of truckers as they seek the staffing they need to replenish the store shelves and the warehouses across the country. Again, first-year drivers, according to the announcement, could make between $95,000 and $110,000. They didn't provide the current salary range for a new truck driver, but they did say they made an average of $87,500 in their first year. So, I mean, we're talking nearly $20,000 more for a starting driver. More to come here on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
In the Senate, a new Supreme Court justice has been confirmed.
On this vote, the yeas are 53, the nays are 47, and this nomination is confirmed.
Vice President Kamala Harris announcing Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson's confirmation to the Supreme Court of the United States. Judge Jackson will be the first black woman to serve on the Supreme Court. She's expected to be sworn into the Supreme Court later this year when Justice Breyer officially steps down. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
In a video message, Ukraine President Zelensky thanked President Biden after the U.S. banned Russian oil imports. Also, the UN General Assembly has voted to suspend Russia from the Human Rights Council. This is USA Radio News.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free.
Thanks, Pat. Call toll-free 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490.
Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Again, 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490 today.
Or at SwissAmerica.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, let's get the full scoop under the industry headlines. Top story, the Walmart looking for drivers. First-year drivers, $95,000 to $110,000. They've also started a 12-week program in Sanger, Texas, as well as Dover, Delaware, where you can earn a commercial driver's license and join Walmart's fleet. It will cover the cost of earning a license, which can run $4,000 or $5,000, according to a company spokeswoman. The program will initially be open to only supply chain associates who are near the 2 training locations. But in the future, she said all Walmart employees will be able to apply for the program. The company is hoping to train 400 to 800 new drivers annually. Of course, Walmart, the country's largest private employer, 1.6 million workers, is ramping up their recruiting efforts for truck drivers. as we see more and more online shopping. The e-commerce is changing the business model and obviously complicating their supply chain. It's also a tight market for trucking labor. They highlight the numbers from the American Trucking Association, which we know this debate goes on and on. The truck driver shortage at all-time high, 80,000 workers last year. Again, according to the ATA. The lack of workers, several factors involved. The grueling hours of being a long-haul truck driver, the older average age of current drivers, and the small number of women in the industry. Of course, the COVID pandemic just made the shortage that much worse. They say some truck drivers left the industry with far fewer people coming through the training programs. I mean, there was a period of nearly a year there at the height of the pandemic, parts of 2020 into 21, where many of those driver training operations were not even operational, training no drivers. So either way, Walmart posted about the pay bump and the training program Thursday morning on the corporate website. They have about 12,000 truck drivers in their workforce. The company hired 4,500 truck drivers in 2021. I mean, a larger number than any time in history, according to the spokeswoman there at Walmart. It's not often you can get a driver training sort of scenario and be offered anywhere near that kind of pay for first-year drivers. We know historically, last evening talking about the FMCSA announcing these lease purchase programs, investigating these predatory programs. You come in, you get your $4,000, $5,000, whatever they want to charge for training, and you're not making, I mean, is it any wonder so many drivers exit the industry within a matter of months after going through the driver training program because they're not making any money? That's a good place to jump right over. John Bendel is a contributor to Landline and OOIDA, and he shared a statement from none other than the American Trucking Association this past day. John says, "Hey, driver, you've never had it so good. You're living the American dream. Did you know that?" Well, you don't believe me? Well, no less an authority than the American Trucking Association says so in their recent blog entitled "The Truth About Trucking Turnover." In case you didn't get a chance to see that, you'll be pleased to learn driver turnover is a good thing. Did you know that? You can hop from job to job to increase your salary and earn sign-on bonuses. According to the ATA, driver turnover of 90% is mostly what they call churn, driver churning, drivers switching carriers. That's a sign of opportunity, they say. Now, I'm going to quote here. "In many respects, high turnover is an indicator of driver empowerment," they said. "When the labor market tightens, drivers find themselves in the driver's seat, pardon the pun, putting millions of hardworking men and women in control of their own destiny in ways they haven't had in years, if ever, for that matter. All you drivers are now controlling the hell out of your destinies. And maybe for the first time ever. Does it get any better than this?" Well, that's where John says it's all baloney, of course, every bit of it. The truth about trucking turnover, it is anything but, and it's kind of sad. While I'm sure the authors of that, its byline is the American Trucking Association staff. They truly see things that way. What they wrote reflects something other than the real world of trucking that most drivers live in. It's wrong in tone. It is wrong in fact. Yes, obviously changing jobs can improve a driver's earnings, and quality of life, but more often than not, it's not by much. In any case, it does come at a cost. You change carriers, you have to learn about the new company, about their customers, their routes, their policies, and all the all-important quirks. That's a lot to learn, and the real learning often begins only after unpaid, mind-numbing driver orientation sessions. Even when a recruiter is telling the absolute truth, it's always the truth as he or she knows it, not necessarily as you're going to live it. It may not be the whole truth. At that, sometimes the new job is more demanding than the one you actually left behind. So despite an increase in pay or miles, the conditions may be actually worse. And management may be even harder to deal with. In other words, you're jumping from the frying pan into the fire. You don't really know what you've gotten into until the first operational glitch, the settlement questions, or a special request maybe to get back home. Changing carriers, it's always a gamble. Something you have to weigh very carefully, especially when it involves a family's livelihood. Now, those heavy job hoppers do bounce around in the industry, but for most drivers, changing jobs, that's a pretty big deal. Now, he says, I'm happy for every driver who takes a chance on a different fleet and it turns out good. That is a good thing, but it happens a whole lot less often than the truth about trucking turnover implies. To a sorry degree, he points out, driver churning is a measure of unhappiness. Churn is less an indicator of driver empowerment than it is a driver's desperation. We're not talking about an empowered workforce so much as we are a sick industry. But I guess the ATA believes it's better to make churn look good than to actually admit people by the thousands who enter this industry get a taste of the life, get a taste of the pay, and they get out as soon as they can. That's more the cold, harsh reality, but yeah, thank you, John Bendel. All right, our number, 844-844-3388. What's on your mind this Friday? See who we got on the line. Is it Mark, according to the call screener? Hello, Mark.
Hey, Steve. Hey, Steve. Shadow Chaser.
Hello, Shadow Chaser.
Hey, I know that's funny. The gentleman I've been with, driving here for, I've been here 27 years, so something must be fine, right?
There you go.
Hey, if you check on it, Wednesday morning up in Albany, I found Freeway there had a very serious bad accident. Amazon truck, there was a bunch of cars, 2 people died.
Wow.
Wednesday morning on the freeway there.
That's sad, yeah.
And anybody out there wants to be interested, I was listening to Michael Lynn earlier. There's a movie out there called Rig 2020 about how Mark Zuckerberg has some on the election. It's a very interesting movie, from what I understand.
Okay, I've heard about that. I haven't seen the movie, but I think it's worth checking out.
Yes. Hey, tell Big Moose he's got to change your song there. How about It's Finally Friday? That'd be a good one for you.
I remember that was when I was playing country music, I used to look forward to that every Friday. George Jones, wasn't it? It's Finally Friday.
Yeah, I'll be your theme song here for Friday.
That'll work. All right, well, Shadow Chaser, thanks for checking in. Have a great night, and be safe out there. And we'll get a quick timeout. And, what's on your mind? It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
All right, let me see here. Looking at the via the email bag, Santa Claus chiming in. He said, all right, in regards to Walmart drivers, the good, the bad, and the ugly, he says. The good. Walmart is a solid company with a future for younger drivers that can hang in long enough to hold down a good bid. In California, they do have good benefits. The bad, drivers are expected to give up the first hour of pay when picking up at a vendor, when fueling their trucks and other duties. The ugly, drivers are expected to slip seat for the first 6 months to a year on the job until the truck becomes available to be bid on. The phone policy no longer applies, but they do have some strict rules. I think Deborah did mention to me that there were strict rules about the number of hours. You could only use it 30 minutes or an hour of the phone per day. I think Deborah did point out that I guess that policy has been rescinded. No limitations on your phone use, but it must be hands-free. All right, he goes on to say, Walmart has been contacting me over the past year to become a driver at their new Sacramento area terminal. So just a little info for those out there. It's going to be a wet next week up in the Pacific Northwest with that big storm coming in. All right. Dave says, no theme song tonight? Did you fire the big moose? No, we'll make up for that. All right, it is 844-844-3388. About 9 before the hour. For the individual right out of the box said, hey, Steve, did you see that we're giving phones away to all these millions of illegals coming into this country, obviously at taxpayer expense. The White House, yes, confirmed Wednesday. Illegal immigrants are being provided with electronic devices, as they put it, notably cell phones. So we can track and check in with them as they wait their immigration proceedings. Asked by Peter Ducey about this initiative, Jen Psaki said the purpose was to monitor illegal immigrants. we need to take steps to ensure we know where individuals are and we can track and we can check in on them. Yeah, you can be tracked with your smartphone, right? The Alternatives to Detention program is what we are utilizing. It has 3 unique forms of technology to monitor participants enrolled in the program. Psaki said telephonic is one of them, which uses a participant's voice to create a biometric voice print during the enrollment process. And when the participant has a check-in call, their voice is compared to the, quote, voice print. We also have something called SmartLink, another option that enables participant monitoring via smartphone or tablet using facial matching technology to establish identity. And she also noted the government's global positioning system, which monitors the location and movement history of illegal immigrants awaiting trial through the ankle bracelet. Handing out smartphones. It's all a part of our effort as individuals come to the United States and individuals who are entering who will proceed to immigration proceedings so we can monitor and track where they are. She said the vast majority of people are actually appearing on time because of the monitoring efforts. I guess that means for their actual hearings, their immigration hearings. Now, Ducey went on to ask whether there's concern by anyone in the administration that some of these migrants may just decide to take the phones and toss them. It's pretty simple, right? It's one thing to cut off an ankle bracelet. It's another to take your tracking device, whatever it's going to be, and just toss it in the damn river. Do you have a record of people throwing away phones? Was Psaki's response. He says, no, I'm just asking. Have you thought of that? Is it a concern? She says, our concern is ensuring that individuals who irregularly migrate to the United States proceed through our process of, of course, being monitored, but also participating in hearings to determine whether or not they will be allowed to stay. She claimed, again, that the vast majority are appearing in part. We have these monitors, these monitoring systems to do that effectively. Either way, in a Wednesday letter sent to the Department of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas, Republican Senator Josh Hawley of Missouri inquired about reports that Department of Homeland Security plans to provide migrants with free phones. Hawley said, these reports demand answers. Well, the answer is yes. How many? I have no idea. Well, what's the going price, cheapest price of a smartphone? I mean, you've got to have a phone that has the ability to sync up with the global GPS system. You're not going to have some burner phone. Yeah, they're not trackable. If you give away, for instance, 1 million of these phones, because we had over 2 million come in last year alone, multiply the cost of 1 million to, what, is it 100, 200? Surely they're not giving away those high dollar $800,000 smartphones, but yes, that is all at the taxpayer expense. No doubt about it. All right, as we roll toward news update, hour number 1, Spencer is on board. Hello, Spencer.
Hey, Steve. Talk about this leasing. It's the same thing that's been going on for years and years. I've been out here about 35 years, and I've worked and owned trucks and everything. And I'll tell you what, just like on Red Eye Radio Show, they got that big old company there out of Louisville. You know what? Let me tell you something. Yeah, it's pretty good when you first go there, and after about 5 years, you find out how crooked they are. And when I first worked there, the two brothers owned the place, and one of them died, and it was in a big lawsuit for about 5 years. Well, then they turned, the one that was left turned it over to his son-in-law. Turned out to be the biggest damn crook you ever seen. Well, then they brought in Celadon, leasing all these trucks and everything down there. He was trying to buy that company out. Well, it fell through. Well, they changed all these routes and stuff, and they don't want to keep anybody over a couple of years because you learn when you go west or and these guys that they had working there, they wouldn't take just any load. They knew where the freight went and when it came out and everything. So they didn't want you to do that. They wanted you to take it because you got these guys, the coordinators. Well, they get pretty good at lying to you. They got some good people working there, but they also had some coordinators that lied to you all the time. Oh, we don't have that freight no more and everything. But I left there because they changed the freight, started giving it to all them big guys that was came there with nothing but nickels in their pocket, and they put them in those Celadon trucks and leased a trailer to them. Well, they had to make good money. Well, first thing you know, I was hauling those escalators out of North Carolina up into Canada. Well, it went for months and months and months. I didn't get none of that freight. But come to find out, they was giving it to those new guys that had to make the big money to make those truck payments. But where you get screwed is a lot of times when you leave there, you got escrow money, you got your license plate money, you got this, you got that, and you don't get none of it back.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the problem I seen. But just like that big company over there out of Springfield, Missouri, you know who we're talking about. Yeah, they got a turnover like you wouldn't believe. Yeah, they might work there 6 months, they might work there a year or two, but then
as soon as they get an opportunity to make better pay, that's the whole driver journey. Hold that thought. We got to get a news update. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
In the Senate, a new Supreme Court justice has been confirmed.
On this vote, the yeas are 53, the nays are 47, and this nomination is confirmed.
Vice President Kamala Harris announcing Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson's confirmation to the Supreme Court of the United States. Judge Jackson will be the first black woman to serve on the Supreme Court. She's expected to be sworn into the Supreme Court later this year when Justice Breyer officially steps down. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
In a video message, Ukraine President Zelensky thanked President Biden after the U.S. banned Russian oil imports. Also, the UN General Assembly has voted to suspend Russia from the Human Rights Council. This is USA Radio News.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free.
Thanks, Pat. Call toll-free 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490.
Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Again, 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490 today.
Or at SwissAmerica.com.
U.S. consumer debt levels climbed by almost $45 billion in February, reaching $4.48 trillion, according to the Fed. Revolving credit increased at an annual rate of 20.7%, while non-revolving credit increased at an annual rate of 8.4%. The report goes back to the 1940s. Inflation in the U.S. has continued to rise, climbing more than 7% in January year over year. Economists believe there's a number of reasons inflation is rising at a rate not seen in 40 years, including housing-related costs and, more recently, energy prices. The Senate has voted 100-0 to revoke Russia's most favored nation trade status and suspend Russian energy imports. The consecutive votes solidify actions already taken by the Biden administration to sanction Russia because of its invasion of Ukraine. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Are you diabetic and searching for a healthy beverage to enjoy every day? Consider diabetic-friendly and delicious Gluco Down drink mixes. Gluco Down drink mixes are specially enriched with prebiotic fiber, essential vitamins and minerals. There's no sugar or caffeine.
Gluco Down's clinically proven prebiotic fiber helps maintain blood sugar levels in a healthy range, especially after meals.
8 diabetic-friendly, delicious flavors. Shop now at Amazon. Search Gluco Down. That's Gluco Down.
The House has passed a bill that would provide $55 billion in additional grants for restaurants and other small businesses. The bill passed 223 to 203, with just a few Republicans supporting it. It includes $42 billion for restaurants and $13 billion for other small businesses impacted by COVID-19. Republicans say that the additional pandemic relief money for small businesses isn't necessary and claimed the money would worsen inflation. The money replenishes the Restaurant Revitalization Fund created by the Biden American Rescue Plan that became law in 2021. The Senate must still vote to pass the bill and the president to sign it for it to become law. Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi says she's tested positive for COVID-19 but is asymptomatic. Also, Senator Susan Collins announced she also had tested positive for the virus. The trial of 26 men accused of the murder of Saudi Arabian journalist Jamal Khashoggi was halted, and a Turkish court ruled that the case can be moved to Saudi Arabia. The 26 were being tried in absentia and are believed to be in Saudi Arabia. They are accused of killing and dismembering Khashoggi inside the Saudi Arabian embassy in Istanbul in 2018. In 2019, a UN investigation blamed the death on high-level Saudi officials, including Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
All right, thank you much. Back on a Friday. Hey, coming up this hour, stick around. Your chance, well, at least 2. Win $1,000 cash and a shot at the $10,000 grand prize. We'll be passing you this hour's keyword. Simply go over to tncradio.live on the web or the smartphone app. Enter that keyword and you're registered. Now, meanwhile, talking about Mother Nature just can't seem to make up her mind. Is it spring or is it winter still in the east? We've got another swing coming in the days ahead. And you're going to be wondering, what season is it anyway? Forecasters at AccuWeather say it may feel like a roller coaster ride this weekend into next week, where conditions will change from a winter chill one day to unseasonable warmth the next. Weather whiplash. Once again, a cold start to the weekend across the Great Lakes to the northeast and even into the southeast. Afternoon high temperatures in some of our major northeast cities, Boston, Philly, New York City. You're going to be stuck in probably the low to mid-50s on Saturday. That cold air then progresses even further into the south, where Raleigh, North Carolina, Savannah, Georgia are going to be running as much as 20 degrees below normal for this time. You just mentioned a bit ago there, the freeze watches there all the way down into northern Alabama for your Saturday morning. So it's going to be definitely a chilly start Saturday and Sunday across the mid-Atlantic, down into the Tennessee Valley and parts of the southeast. If you're going to be headed out to the big golf tournament, Augusta National, the Masters, for those third and fourth rounds, you're going to have to dress appropriately, especially for the early hours of the day. AccuWeather said the wind chill Sunday morning will be in the 20s and 30s across Virginia, North Carolina, northern Georgia, and Tennessee. It's going to feel more like February rather than mid-April. We may see a few snowflakes across the eastern Great Lakes, into the higher elevations upstate New York, parts of Pennsylvania, and West Virginia on Saturday, where it'll be a cold rain for the rest in the Northeast. Not a pleasant day. By Sunday, snow showers may break out across the Appalachians from West Virginia to the Adirondacks and the Green and White Mountains. It'll be light, not really anticipating any accumulation, but be alert for reduced visibility on the roadways. As that cold departs by early next week, you've got a sudden return to spring. Temperatures steadily rebound. Now, after a weekend where temperatures in parts of the east will be reminiscent of early March rather than early April, your highs are going to bounce back into the 70s and even 80s across the mid-Atlantic and the southeast. New York City, Raleigh, Norfolk, Virginia. Yeah, you're going to then be running 20 degrees above what you saw on Sunday. Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., on the other hand, you're going to have a temperature swing of in excess of 20 degrees from your high Sunday versus what you'll see by Tuesday. Temperatures should remain a bit above average for this time of year, right on into the middle of next week. Then the change comes on when that next big storm system we were talking about, which in the east, obviously, it would be toward the latter portions of next week. Now, let me get back and, we had to break for the news there, finish up with Spencer, talking about these lease programs, some of the good, bad, the ugly. Welcome back, Spencer.
Hey, I tell you what, when if you say you're leased onto somebody and you leave there, well, it usually takes you about 3 months or more before you get all your money from your bond money and your escrow and your license plates and anything else. But if you get all your money back, it's a pretty decent company. This is my experience. So you take some of those big companies like the one in Louisville, Snyder, and some of them, you're not going to get nothing back because they've got lawyers on retainers. Well, they keep a couple $1,000 of your money. What are you going to do? Hire a lawyer and give him a couple $1,000 to go to court? It's already figured out. Mm-hmm. But what happens a lot of times is these people go over and they'll lease a truck and a trailer or whatever. Then after they file their income taxes, well, they had to fix the engine. They had to do this. They didn't have no money. Well, they didn't have no money yet. Or they may go 2-3 years and never file their taxes. Well, now they're gone. They don't have no money. They don't have no paperwork. They can't prove anything, so they're screwed. Now they owe IRS a big lot of money.
Yep.
And it's just a big joke. I tell you what, a lot of these companies, just like Snyder and all of them, and I've worked for JB a couple of times, and I worked there when the old man Hunt owned a place. It was pretty good. You make pretty good money there at that time, but you drove a bunch of old junk cab overs. But you know, then when he got the big old hoods, well, he was paying, instead of giving you some money, he was giving it to Freightliner to get you to come over. But a lot of times when they hire you in, do all this, they expect you not to last over 6 months. As soon as you can get ahead a little bit, you're gonna quit. You know, time you get your license plates paid and all this.
Mm-hmm.
It's all on numbers and papers, you know, because you're going to stay behind. I was leased on the Landstar for about 6 years. They was actually, at that time, from the 90s up to 2000, they run each company, like Ranger was one company, and Ligon and Enway. They run each company as a separate company, and you had to have special permission to haul one of the other loads and stuff. It was actually a good company. I mean, but they started changing their help in the office. Well, my paycheck every week stayed screwed up. Well, after months of that being screwed up every week, I got tired of it and left. Well, you know, you could talk to another driver with the same company. I never did have that problem. Well, the problem is half of these drivers don't keep track of their miles. They don't keep track because they're out 2 or 3 weeks. The wife gets the money. As long as she gets enough to make her happy, he's happy. A lot of these guys, what's going on is they'll come over and work for a couple of months. Well, they don't get home. If they make any money, they're out 2 or 3 weeks at a time. Right. Well, the wife wants them to be home.
Sure.
Well, if you're home every week, you're not going to meet. If you're home every weekend, you come home on Friday, and you go back out on Monday, then you come back in on Friday, you're not going to make no money because you're home more than you're out on the road. I don't know. It's all figured.
I mean,
it's all figured out.
The days of the drivers that are willing to be out on the road for a month or 2, or in some cases 3 months, yeah, those are few. It's over. Yeah, you can't find drivers willing to do that. I mean, a lot of these companies, they have been trying to do a lot more with getting drivers home on weekends. Otherwise, they can't find anybody. But there's only so many jobs where you can do that. Some drivers have to be out there.
Well, Steve, you know what changed all that? When they put these electronic logs in, and you had a 34-hour reset, and you done away with the paper where you could back this up and do this and do that, it's over with. Once you start that 14-hour clock or 70-hour clock, you're screwed. You can't back it up. You're sitting in traffic for 4 hours, 2 hours out, 2 hours in, you're screwed. You cannot go out, pick up, stay someplace, load 2 or 3 hours, and you might have drove an hour or 2 to get there. Well, how many hours you got to drive? Your 14-hour clock is already half gone.
Yep.
So you're not going to make 600 miles in the morning because you had to take a 10-hour break.
That's the fact.
Yeah, it's just the way it is.
It's that. You're right. That's the way it is, Spencer.
Okay, here's what's going on. Say you got a company that's got 1,000 drivers, and most all of it's all over the road. They've got about 400, 300, or 500 drivers that's on pretty good dedicated runs or something, and that company can wake up every day, and they can depend on these 400 or 500 drivers. Well, the other 300, 400 drivers they know there's going to be a big turnover. And, you know, they know they're only going to be there 6 months to a year. Some of them don't last that long, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen this company that I work for right now out of Cookville, drive the red trucks. They're one of the better companies I've worked for. Now, I gave up my truck 4 years ago. I quit being an owner-operator. Hell, I'm 72 years old. And I've been driving 36 years since I was... And, you know, I've seen it come and go. And these guys bitch and gripe and carry on. They don't want this and they don't want that. You know, this whole industry has changed so much in the last 5 years. You can go into a petrol or a TA now. The restaurants, there's no restaurants. There's no sit down, you know. They're all like pilot now. Warm up in those pilots. So what's going to happen? Warm up in those Kroger. What the hell's going on? You know, it's all on paper what they're going to do. You know, it's crazy. And you know, they better wake up. It's illegal immigration coming in. Guess what's going to happen? They're going to come in here and get these jobs. They're not going to be no $15 an hour jobs. They're going to go back to the $7, $8 minimum wage. And these people are going to work because they coming for the jobs that they're not paying no money. They didn't have no jobs.
And we've been saying it for years for those that come in from anywhere, Central America, Mexico, or wherever it's going to be. Yeah, to come into the United States and get a job making, well, hell, for them, minimum wage, whatever it is today, $8, $10 an hour. Yeah, that's big money compared to anything that they could have ever made in their home country. Absolutely. And yes, there are many companies that look to capitalize on that pool of cheaper labor. Yeah, remember the story, was it last night before we shared the language barrier issue here in Ohio? I think it was on the wherever it was, doesn't matter, but the driver from India who supposedly didn't know they were supposed to pull over when you see those blue lights, the police lights. I mean, last I checked, are there places in the world where they still don't? Last I checked, I think India does have police. Anywhere in the world, when you learn to drive, if an officer's got their lights on behind you, you're supposed to pull over. I don't grasp how anyone, especially out there on our highways with the CDL license, doesn't know that they were supposed to pull over because of the blue lights. But they're out there. Our number, 844-844-3388. Back into here on a Friday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
my cue to return, right? Back at it here, and so I saw the headline. Nancy Pelosi, I guess, had the latest headline from Judge. Outbreak, COVID outbreak, D.C. Yeah, just last week you had Jen Psaki was out. The latest is Nancy Pelosi is COVID positive. I don't. Is it a big deal or not? I mean, yeah, Nancy, Joe Biden, they're all, vaccinated, boosted. I think Biden just got his fourth booster the other day, if memory serves. But the headline is President Biden may have been directly exposed to COVID-19 on Wednesday, with the announcement this past morning that the Speaker, Nancy Pelosi, has contracted the disease. It was then revealed that the day before, just one day before, the two had touched hands during a bill signing ceremony. Pelosi was on stage, unmasked, with the President of the United States yesterday at the Postal Service reform bill signing, inches away from him, according to the White House correspondent. Charlie Sperring, the White House correspondent for Breitbart News, tweeted out a photograph of the two politicians holding hands during Wednesday's bill signing. Yeah. So Nancy tested positive and was with Joe for the signing of the postal reform bill. It was then early yesterday morning when Pelosi's deputy chief of staff announced the news of her testing positive. After testing negative earlier this week, Speaker Pelosi received a positive result, and she is currently asymptomatic, they say. Yes, she is fully vaccinated and boosted, and she's thankful for the robust protection that the vaccine has provided. Some are trying to make it, mountain out of a molehill maybe. Now, Nancy Pelosi's 82 years old, whether you know it or not. Joe Biden is 79 years old, so they would technically both be at a high risk of severe illness from the disease. From the CDC, of course, older adults more likely to get very sick. Getting very sick means older adults might need hospitalization, intensive care, or a ventilator to help them breathe. They could even die. But again, Biden and Pelosi are both fully vaccinated. You take it one step at a time. Technically, the Omicron variant is the variant that has been most widely circulating. And that's been the case since we had that massive outbreak over the winter months, right? When I came and the princess, the whole family at some point came down with COVID. Now, none of us got, ill enough to be warranting any sort of hospitalization. Yes, my wife was much sicker than I was. I was pretty sick for about 2 days. It's back on the air, day number 3. She was sick a bit longer, but again, even her mother at 80 years old, she was pretty sick, but never needed an ER visit or any hospitalization or anything. The Omicron variant, again, wasn't causing nearly as much severe illness as the original, or what was the second strain? The Delta strain. That seemed to be the one that really killed an awful lot of people. Speaking of which, I printed up the headline. Let's scare the hell out of everybody. From the Daily Beast this past day, big bold headline. 2 COVID variants just combined into a Frankenstein virus. Oh no. First identified in the UK, the ultra-infectious XE subvariant could already be spreading undetected in America. They make it sound all scary. Again, the Omicron variant, that's the variant that spread rampantly all over the country, setting records. The second variant was worse in the likes of China and parts of Europe. That's the subvariant BA2 of the Omicron. Now they say BA1 and BA2 have combined to the XE variant, a recombinant of two viruses interacting, a Frankenstein style. With the long list of mutations, they tell us XE could be the most contagious form, but it does appear to have a bit more of an edge when it comes to transmissibility, according to the World Health Organization. But don't panic. See, here's the key. Since you've got the mix of the Omicron 1, the Omicron 2, millions of us have had one or the other. And for most of it, it's not been that long ago. Myself, it was January of this year. So should still have a pretty good immunity for the Omicron 1 or 2. And that's what they're trying to say. Hey, this new XE variant is about to run into a wall of natural immunity. The antibodies left over from those millions, hundreds of millions of people that have already had the Omicron variant. So don't panic. All right, what else we got? Got a news break just ahead here. Coming up, what do we got? We've got our latest keyword for hour number 2 here, our first keyword of the morning for our $1,000 daily driver bonus giveaway. Your chance to win $1,000 and a shot at the $10,000 grand prize. You actually get 4 opportunities per day, 2 during the overnight drive. Get another opportunity with tncradio.live between 9 and 11 a.m. Eastern Time during the morning grind, and the final of 4 keywords per day via tncradio.live during the evening surge, which that's between 5 and 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Stick around. Following the news update, we'll have our keyword for this hour. And, of course, we'll get back to your phones. What's on your mind this Friday morning? Plenty of room for you at 844-3388. Back after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
The Senate has voted to confirm the first black woman nominated to the Supreme Court. Ketanji Brown Jackson will be the 116th justice in the High Court. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer.
At every step of her upbringing and career, Ketanji Brown Jackson ranked among the highest of achievers.
The vote was 53-47. 3 Republicans joined the Democrats to confirm her. Vice President Kamala Harris presided over the vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 53, the nays are 47, and this nomination is confirmed.
Ukraine's President Vladimir Zelensky has thanked President Biden after the U.S. chose to ban Russian oil imports. Russia has also been kicked off the UN Human Rights Council for human rights violations in Ukraine. This is USA Radio News.
You clean everything else in your house, why don't you clean the air? It's easy to do with an Eden Pure Thunderstorm air purifier. They're under $200 for a 3-pack. You can put one in the kitchen, you can put one in the living room, you can put one in that room that you always flush. Go to EdenPureDeals.com, put in my promo code CLASSIC3, and you'll save $200. EdenPureDeals.com, discount code CLASSIC3, and you'll also get free shipping.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, here we go. First keyword in our $1,000 daily driver bonus cash giveaway. Here you go. Your chance at $1,000 and a shot at the $10,000 grand prize. This hour's keyword is road. Like the road you're on. R-O-A-D. Road. You get another keyword coming up later on this morning before we wrap things up. And again, keywords between 9 and 11 Eastern Time and 5 and 7 p.m. Eastern Time via tncradio.live. Take that keyword, road, right now and enter that at tncradio.live. You can use the web or the app. And good luck from Hot Shot Secret. And there you go, tncradio.live. Road is the word. One final tidbit, talking about this new Frankenstein version of COVID-19. Is it ever going to end? If you're contemplating, if you've had the first 2 shots, maybe you're booster number 3, and you're thinking, should I get booster number 4? Latest big stuff, 1.25 million people, ages 60 and over in Israel, says the 4th dose doesn't do a whole hell of a lot. Very, very short span of time where it's going to make any difference at all. Now, here are the facts. The 4th shot of the Pfizer COVID vaccine increased protection against infection for only 4 to 7 weeks, according to this massive study. Now, people who got the 4th dose were half as likely to test positive for COVID-19 4 weeks later compared to those who had only had the 3rd dose. By the 8th week, the 2 groups were pretty much equal. Any effective change had waned, down to the point of those who had only had the 3rd dose. Again, by the 8th, it's 2 months. The 4th shot has been the subject of much debate before U.S. regulators approved it last week for people over the age of 50. Now, of course, the 2nd booster had already been approved for immunocompromised people. Joe Biden got his, there it is. So Joe got his on March the 30th, here just a few days ago. While increased protection, they say, is short-lived, the 4th booster continued to protect against severe illness for at least 6 weeks, said the study. The research period actually ended before the protection did, leading research to say, hey, we need to study this some more. This particular study compared only people with the 4th dose to those with a 3rd dose. Previous research had suggested the 3rd dose provided a pretty significant bump in infection protection over 0, 1, or 2 doses. But here in the U.S., only about 30% of the population has even had a 3rd dose. It's about 98 million people. There's the numbers, so you make your own decisions. Back to the calls. Heatwave is on board, checking in from, is it Albuquerque?
Yeah, we just a little past Albuquerque. We're over here coming across the Grants, heading to SoCal. Turn around, head back. Yep. Well, good morning, Senor. How you been?
Happy Friday. Doing all right.
Yeah, it's Mother's Day, that's for sure. Mother's Day, where you get your paycheck and you pay this mother, that mother, and this mother over there.
Yep.
Don't you love it? Yep. Well, we just got 53 senators to confirm that you don't have to be qualified to have any position that you're nominated for. All you need to have is a piece of paper that says you went to school. What school that is, it don't matter. We just had a black woman confirmed to be a justice.
Supreme Court. Yep.
Now she doesn't even know if she's a woman. She doesn't know the meaning of woman because she is not a biologist.
Yes, that is true.
But she'll allow child pornography. She'll allow child pornography. Those that are into it, she just slaps them on the wrist and says, well, don't do it again. It's someone who's soft on crime with the sentencing. Well, hell, if that's the case, then I could be nominated for a position that I'm not anywhere qualified for, but because, well, maybe not, because I am a white man. And, if Trump would have said something like, well, I'm gonna nominate a white woman, just right off the bat, or a white man for the Supreme Court.
Yep.
There would have been hell raised by the left saying, you can't do that. You violated so many statutes and the laws about, equal opportunity. He would have been just hammered. But this old idiot in the White House, well, I'm gonna nominate a black woman. All right, are they going to be qualified? No, they're just going to be a black woman, and she doesn't even know she's a woman. Now, how does she know she's black? I mean, did she learn that in school with her basic colors? Did someone tell her, and she just assumed that they were right? Man, I tell you what, that's a can of worms right there. That's open, and I don't know if it's going to be good or bad. I'm pretty sure that this instance is going to be a bad decision for the lifetime of her while she's on the court. But that's just my opinion, and I don't care what y'all's opinions may be about my opinion. Y'all may be as wrong as, just as wrong as can be, and I may be as right as can be, and that's y'all's privilege.
So
my wife was
how do we get Mitt Romney
worried this morning?
Mitt Romney, Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski, all three. How did these three Republicans find it that they should actually confirm this woman?
Well, they're rhinos. That's all there is to it. I mean, they're Democrat at heart. They're just playing for us in sheepskin to fool everybody, thinking, oh, it's a 50-50. No, it ain't. It's actually 53-47, and those three people proved it. I think they're just in to get the vote. Hey, I voted for a black woman. She doesn't even know she's a woman. She can't define it. She's not a biologist. Apparently, these three people are also soft on crime. So maybe they got something to protect. I don't know. I believe wholeheartedly it was wrong. They could have found one that had proper qualifications. A piece of paper don't mean anything. It's how you use that knowledge you were supposed to have gained while in college. So I think I'm about done with that, because I'm sure somebody will get on and start screaming at me, well, you're just a white man. You don't know what you're talking about. Well, that's what I see happening. So it don't matter. It's the color of your skin, not the content of your character. That seems like is what's getting you ahead in the world these days. My wife was really upset and really worried about this Ukrainian-Russian war that they got going on. And she is convinced that we are going to get drawn in one way or the other. And I said, darling, the experts have said, this is what's going to happen, and this is what's going to draw us into war. Water, food, natural resources. Well, let's see here. What is being affected right now? Food prices, the availability. Yeah, that breadbasket right there is what helps feed the world, and without their product getting harvested and going to market, there's going to be a lot of hungrier people out there, and the costs are going to rise. So now you got that right there. Food, resources, oil, minerals, metals. A lot of that stuff comes from that region of the world. Well, you know what? Prices are going up on everything. We are going to get drawn in real soon, because it is going to hurt us and our national security, since we don't have a whole lot of those resources that part of the world has. Well, hell, we got to do something to make sure that we have our hand in it. So, yeah, I fully believe that we are going to go to war. Maybe not in the year or next year, but one of these years we're going to get suckered into it, and it's going to be not good at all. So, but anyways, on a happier note, I guess baseball season is in full swing now. How did y'all's Reds make out?
Reds win 6-3 against the Braves for the first game of the season there in Atlanta. Yeah, 6-3.
Okay, so that means if the rest of the games were rained out, that the Reds would finish up in first place and they'd be in the playoffs then, right?
That's about it. Yes, sir. Yeah, it's going to be a full season, going to be a long season, and we'll see how it goes.
I hear you. Well, I guess I better go ahead and pay attention to the road. Got people out here that are driving absolutely crazy, and it's like, you know what? It's only Friday morning. It's not Friday evening, but it don't seem to matter to these people.
It's Friday.
So I'll just stay off of the immigration and all that, because I don't want to get too many people upset with me and blood pressure kicked up. And I really enjoy driving and looking straight ahead without the pulsating pulses of my heartbeat getting seen through my eyes.
Yeah, boy. All right. Well, have a great night. Good weekend. Yep, be safe out there. Back to the confirmation this past day with the three Republicans joining the Democrats. Apparently, the video shows Mitt Romney clapping with the Democrats after the confirmation. Mitt Romney, actually, he has not yet explained why he opposed this same individual to be a federal circuit judge last year, and then all of a sudden voices his support for her to become a Supreme Court justice this year. What changed with her, or what changed with Mitt? Susan Collins, another that voted for her confirmation, she voted against confirming Amy Coney Barrett, if you recall, the Republican nominee. But she actually voted to confirm Jackson this past day. Now, conservatives in the Senate raised some pretty darn significant concerns about this woman's judicial philosophy and her soft on crime record. I mean, the record speaks for itself. Jackson refused to say if she holds a position on whether individuals have natural rights. Wendell Huspo reported that Jackson sentenced those in possession of child pornography to nearly 60% less time than the national average. Senator Josh Hawley and Ted Cruz, as well as others, raised concerns about her during the confirmation hearings. Jackson had also disagreed with an expert witness's definition of pedophilia during a hearing while serving as the vice chair of the U.S. Sentencing Commission. Yeah, then, of course, the Supreme Court Justice nominee, as Heatwave mentioned, could not even answer the question from Marsha Blackburn if she could define a woman. She could not define a woman because she's not a biologist. But she's qualified for the Supreme Court. Now, Lindsey Graham, the former Judiciary Chairman, who had voted previously to confirm her as a federal circuit judge, actually issued a statement after the vote, which reads, "My no vote was based on Judge Jackson's record of judicial activism, flawed sentencing methodology regarding child pornography cases, and a belief that she will not be deterred by the plain meaning of the law when it comes to liberal causes. I found Judge Jackson to be a person of good character, respected by her peers, and someone who's worked hard, obviously, to achieve her current position. However, her record is overwhelming in the lack of a steady judicial philosophy and a tendency to achieve outcomes in spite of what the law requires or even common sense would dictate. We'll return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, it looks like the word is spreading. And if it's spreading throughout the Ukraine and Europe, it's obviously spreading everywhere. Hey, what's the quickest way into the United States if you're a refugee? Well, the message for family and friends in Europe is the fastest route to the United States is to book a flight to Mexico. I'm not joking here. A volunteer coalition largely from Slavic churches in the western U.S. is guiding hundreds of refugees every day from the airport in the Mexican border city of Tijuana to hotels, churches, and shelters where they'll wait 2 to 4 days for officials to admit them on what they call humanitarian parole. In less than 2 weeks, volunteers worked with U.S. and Mexican officials to build a remarkably efficient and expanding network to provide food, security, transportation, shelter. The volunteers who wear the blue and yellow badges to represent the Ukrainian flag, but don't per se have any group name or group leader. They actually started a waiting list on notepads and later switched to a mobile app normally used to track church attendance. Ukrainians are told report to a U.S. border crossing as their numbers approach, a system that organizes it's like waiting for a restaurant table. But that is the word. We feel so lucky, said one who traveled through Moldova, Romania, Austria, and then Mexico before arriving Tuesday in San Diego with her husband and children, 3 children, ages 8, 12, and 15. Her final destination was Sacramento, California, to live with her mother, who she hadn't seen in 15 years. Another Ukrainian family posed nearby for photos under the Customs and Border Protection sign at San Diego, the point of entry. Busiest crossing between the U.S. and Mexico. Volunteers under a blue canopy offering snacks while refugees waited for family to pick them up or for buses to take them to a nearby church. About 400 Ukrainians were admitted into the United States on Wednesday in San Diego, while about 700 more arrived in Tijuana, according to the volunteers. Isn't it amazing? It's the easiest way to get in. You know, you can't get a flight into the United States, I guess, direct. You got to fly into Mexico. And what was the word last week? They're giving them like 1 year of, I guess, refugee status until they determine what's going to happen next. But okay, a couple minutes before we hit news update, top of the hour. Before we get back to the call, since we do have such a short time, hang in there. Horse Feathers got you coming up here. We'll get to the Rambler, Eric's online, and room for you at 844-844-3388. One of the big stories, even via USA Radio News on this program 24 hours ago, the announcement of Greg Abbott, Texas governor. We're going to start loading up the buses and shipping them right up to Washington, D.C. We're going to drop these illegals off at the U.S. Capitol. As I anticipated, the question was asked of Jen Psaki, the press secretary, this past day. What's your response? To which she says, this is nothing more than a publicity stunt. I'm not aware of what authority the governor would be doing this under, first of all. I think it's pretty clear it's just a publicity stunt. His own office admits that a migrant would need to be voluntarily transported. You can't tell them, get on the bus, we're taking you to D.C. And apparently that's a fact. They have to volunteer if they want to go to this, to the Capitol, and I don't think many of them do, right? You cannot compel them because, again, enforcement, she said, of our country's immigration laws lies with the federal government, not a state. So pretty much admitting that they're not doing their job. It is their responsibility. All right, we're sending them to the U.S. Capitol, said Greg Abbott at that press conference to the Washington Post. So we'll see where that goes. But how many might volunteer to go to D.C.? We'll find out in the coming days, I guess. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
In the Senate, a new Supreme Court justice has been confirmed.
On this vote, the yeas are 53, the nays are 47, and this nomination is confirmed.
Vice President Kamala Harris announcing Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson's confirmation to the Supreme Court of the United States. Judge Jackson will be the first black woman to serve on the Supreme Court. She's expected to be sworn into the Supreme Court later this year when Justice Breyer officially steps down. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
In a video message, Ukraine President Zelensky thanked President Biden after the U.S. banned Russian oil imports. Also, the UN General Assembly has voted to suspend Russia from the Human Rights Council. This is USA Radio News.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free.
Thanks, Pat. Call toll-free 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490.
Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Again, 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490 today.
Or at SwissAmerica.com.
U.S. consumer debt levels climbed by almost $45 billion in February, reaching $4.48 trillion, according to the Fed. Revolving credit increased at an annual rate of 20.7%, while non-revolving credit increased at an annual rate of 8.4%. The report goes back to the 1940s. Inflation in the U.S. has continued to rise, climbing more than 7% in January year over year. Economists believe there's a number of reasons inflation is rising at a rate not seen in 40 years, including housing-related costs and, more recently, energy prices. The Senate has voted 100-0 to revoke Russia's most favored nation trade status and suspend Russian energy imports. The consecutive votes solidify actions already taken by the Biden administration to sanction Russia because of its invasion of Ukraine. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Are you diabetic and searching for a healthy beverage to enjoy every day? Consider diabetic-friendly and delicious Gluco Down drink mixes. Gluco Down drink mixes are specially enriched with prebiotic fiber, essential vitamins and minerals. There's no sugar or caffeine.
Gluco Down's clinically proven prebiotic fiber helps maintain blood sugar levels in a healthy range, especially after meals.
8 diabetic-friendly, delicious flavors. Shop now at Amazon. Search Gluco Down. That's Gluco Down.
The House has passed a bill that would provide $55 billion in additional grants for restaurants and other small businesses. The bill passed 223 to 203, with just a few Republicans supporting it. It includes $42 billion for restaurants and $13 billion for other small businesses impacted by COVID-19. Republicans say that the additional pandemic relief money for small businesses isn't necessary and claimed the money would worsen inflation. The money replenishes the Restaurant Revitalization Fund created by the Biden American Rescue Plan that became law in 2021. The Senate must still vote to pass the bill and the president to sign it for it to become law. Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi says she's tested positive for COVID-19 but is asymptomatic. Also, Senator Susan Collins announced she also had tested positive for the virus. The trial of 26 men accused of the murder of Saudi Arabian journalist Jamal Khashoggi was halted, and a Turkish court ruled that the case can be moved to Saudi Arabia. The 26 were being tried in absentia and are believed to be in Saudi Arabia. They are accused of killing and dismembering Khashoggi inside the Saudi Arabian embassy in Istanbul in 2018. In 2019, a UN investigation blamed the death on high-level Saudi officials, including Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, welcome back on a Friday, TGIF. Get set for the weekend. All right, tell you what, let's get right back to the calls here. And Horse Feather's been hanging in there. What's going on, Horse Feathers? Come on, computer. Pick up. And there you go. Take 2.
There's the beep.
Yep.
There's the beep. All right. So our Speaker of the House has COVID now, and wasn't she just at one of these big high up muckety muck dinners there. And Susan Collins, I believe, has COVID too.
Correct.
After the confirmation vote, I think she said that she tested positive as well. So
who all was in the White House there when Joe was wandering around getting no attention with Barack Obama the other day? I mean, I'm certain Nancy Pelosi had to be there, didn't she?
Yeah, I'm sure, absolutely. But they were all at some big dinner, either over the weekend or the beginning of this week or end of last week. I don't know if you can check into that there a little bit, but as I say, there was a whole bunch of all them bureaucratic people all there at that big highfalutin dinner, whatever they were celebrating or whatever. But anyways, so now a bunch of these people have this fourth shot, and not a whole big bunch, but I'm sure there's enough vaccination that's been made for everybody in the country and probably half the world to be able to get the fourth shot. Now, don't the pharmaceutical companies, aren't they getting paid to make these vaccinations by, I think it's our tax dollars.
Yes.
I think it's our taxpayer dollars, aren't they?
Yes.
So whether they give out 50 or 5 billion, they don't care because they've already been paid. They've already made their money from the taxpayers, and I'm sure now that we got the Frankenstein virus out, we're gonna have to have a Frankenstein vaccination now, aren't we? We got to make another booster, don't we? So I'm sure that'll all be paid for by the taxpayers, and the big pharmaceutical companies will. You know, they drag big oil in trying to explain why gas prices are high. Well, why don't they bring the pharmaceutical people in and explain why the drug prices are so high? I don't know. It's just a question from a truck driver, Your Honor. It's not a smart man. Just have questions. But it is looking like we're going to go back to. We got to go back to masks and multiple testings here, because the school districts, the public school districts, are now realizing that the universities have an increase of COVID, infection from their spring break. So now all our public schools are getting ready to have their April spring break, and they're sending kids home with test kits so that they can all test before they come back to school. And we got a whole bunch of masking policies going on now. We got to have masks, and they were showing on the TV yesterday that the positivity rate is increasing, and the number of infections, people infected is increasing, and the number of deaths increased yesterday to 3. So, it's getting bad, Your Honor. We might not want to go outside again. Everybody's going to have to stay home again. We're going to lock everything down. Close it up, lock it down. Can't have.
Yep.
I don't know. Oh, wait a minute. No, it's just so that you can't go vote. We're going to give you a ballot in the mail so you can send it back, and we'll make sure that it gets into the right ballot box that we want. Wait a minute. No, you can't say that on the air. You can't say that we're going to put in the one we want. No, sorry. That was a misquote there. I wasn't supposed to read that part of the line there. I was supposed to. No, your vote's going where you want it to. Believe us. We're gonna put it in the right ballot slot that you sent it to. Yeah. Okay. We're all on board with that, right? That's your cue, Your Honor.
Hey, I've been saying that for a long time now. Yes, I mean I said it earlier we're ramping things up again. I mean, like you just said, I'm looking. Yeah, yesterday from the Axios News, half the states are seeing COVID case numbers rise again. The Omicron variant BA2, the dominant strain circulating around the U.S., accounting for almost 3 out of every 4 cases. In-person gatherings have begun again. COVID has sickened a number of Washington, D.C. A-listers, reminding everyone yet again, we're not out of the woods just yet. Just hang on. This is going to continue to ramp up. Yes, we're going to have to go back to mail-in ballots all around the country come November.
There you are. So the only thing I can say is I got the first 2 shots from the Pfizer, and I've never had a booster. I've never been sick. So you tell me, Your Honor, what's the real truth? I think nobody knows the real truth, but you make sure you follow the science, and whatever the CDC says. That's the written law, and that's what you have to do, right?
There you go.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Anyways, I don't know. We got any good news out there for a Friday? Can there be anything good? I can see the moon. That's got to qualify as good news, isn't it?
Clear. Really? After all these, I thought you were still dealing with another rainy night. The rains have cleared out. Have they finally?
Yeah, we got some patchy, cloudy skies, but I think the rain's about done. But there's more than enough water on the ground to make up for what's not coming down out of the sky right now, because there's no room for this water to even go away. So if we have any more, it's just going to keep coming up. But they were saying that by the end of the weekend that we're supposed to be back down below the freezing mark, and Western Maryland's going to have that. Can I say snow?
Nah.
I don't know. That's what they're saying. Western Maryland's supposed to have out there. West Virginia, Northern Virginia, Western Maryland, Western PA out there in the mountains. They're all talking snow in measurable amounts out there. Not the feet. They're just going to use they're going to use the 1 foot stick instead of the 3 foot stick. But anyways. Other than that, and then after that, it's back up into the 70s. After that, we're gonna have a week of it back up in the 70s. So
bounce.
Anyways,
yep.
But anyways, just remember there. You got the March winds bring the April showers, which bring the May flowers, which bring. Oh yeah, remember what May flowers bring, Your Honor? Pilgrim, millions and millions of pilgrims. Yeah. There you go. See, they're on their way. So, anyways, with all that, you have yourself a fine weekend there, and we'll chat at you next week.
All right. Thank you much for checking in. First thing you mentioned was follow the money, right? Yes, there are millions, I believe, of doses going unused of these varying vaccines, but I'm not aware of anyone that has opted to take the pills that were authorized. There were two different companies. I know, Pfizer obviously was one. I can't remember the other, but the pills, rather than taking the shot. Pfizer is going to receive almost $5 billion from a $10 billion pandemic funding bill, which again was just approved this past day. Officials say that the United States government owes Pfizer $5 billion for 10 million courses of their antiviral pills that we ordered in January, back when the Omicron was sweeping the nation. So, again, I know no one that's got a prescription for the Pfizer pills. The statement says, we continue to collaborate with the U.S. government to help broaden patient access to Paxlovid. And we are confident the administration will fulfill their purchasing commitments. You ordered them. Now pay up. Earlier this week on Tuesday, Republicans in the Senate blocked the measure from moving forward, declining to throw their support behind the deal because unless the Democrats would allow a vote on an immigration-related amendment, which I don't think they did. Now, the White House wanted $22.5 billion for the COVID bill. They had to settle for less, but right out of the box, we're going to pay Pfizer. Pfizer gets $5 billion, whether the pills get used or not. All right, about 16 past the hour. It's 844-844-3388. Morning to the Rambler.
Well, praise God, Steve, and man, it's a pleasure to be on the air with you tonight. You know, every time you give that the keyword, it brings back my memory a movie that came out back in 1985. It starred John Cusack, Demi Moore, Bobcat Goldthwait, called One Crazy Summer. It brings me back to this man he was so obsessed with winning, I think it was $1 million off of the radio, he just wouldn't leave his house. He had cigarettes and everything, getting the bathtub with the radio. And
really?
Anyways, yeah, really. And he finally, when at the end of the summer, when the radio show host, said, okay, call now and be the 10th caller to win $1 million. He got on, and somehow the phone got disconnected. And the next thing you saw was a missile hitting the radio station, and Bobcat go flicking this other guy running there with doggone marshmallows wanting to roast him. But that's many years ago, back in a forgotten time. And I heard a horse feather saying that he's sick. Yeah, he is. Cypress Hill released a song way back when called "Insane in the Membrane." Yeah. Definitely horse feathers for you, but and the rest of these crooked politicians. I just wanted to check in basically with you and just remind folks that we do have church this weekend over at Determined Ministries Church. You can find us on Facebook, and Steve, we're all going through something. I'm right now, family, we're going through a trial. Everyone's going through a trial. It's going to require hope, require faith to get through it. Steve, I'm reminded of what the book of Romans, chapter 8, verse 31 says. And the Holy Ghost, through Paul, writes this: what shall we then say to these things? If God be for us, who can be against us? It goes on further down. I like what here in verse number 38, I'm going to read this to you. For I am persuaded that neither death, nor life, nor angels, nor principalities, nor powers, nor things present, nor things to come, nor height, nor depth, nor any other creature shall be able to separate us from the love of God, which is in Christ Jesus our Lord. Just because you're in the valley, going up the rough side of the mountain, and things seem hopeless. Oh, God's children, you got hope tonight. You got hope, God's children. Just because you can't see the light at the end of the tunnel, there's definitely a light at the end of the tunnel. That's why you got to cling on to faith, Steve. Hebrews chapter 11, verse 1 tells me about faith. It says, faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. Just because we can't see a light at the end of the tunnel, don't mean that there will be one that will appear. We got to trust our Lord Jesus is going to guide us every step, that his words are true. And Hebrews 13:5, that he'll never leave us nor forsake us. And forsaking means forgetting, and God ain't going to forget about you. Thank everyone for the prayers, praying for me. Thank you for praying for me and my wife as we go through this. And no, it's not divorce. I mean, I love my wife. We wouldn't go that route, cheaper to keep her. You know what I mean, Steve? I don't feel like making those monthly child support payments. Like heat wave. Pay this mother. No way, buddy. I enjoy keeping what little I get, delivering these auto parts, this hot shot secret. But I just want to encourage the listeners who I call God's children. And you are God's children, to, even though hopeless, there is hope. Job says, to be hope in a tree, if it be cut down, will it spring again? Absolutely. And just like the song says, a song called If You Got Any Rivers, at the end of that song it says, for God specializes in things thought impossible, and he can do what no other power can do for you. And like I said, if you're on the Gulf Coast area, we'll be having our Easter Sunday service. Just go to our Facebook page, Determined Ministries Church. We got the address right there if you want to come join us. I'd love to see you, be able to, shake your hand, give you a hug, just come on out. And, like I said, Steve, I think, Steve, you don't realize what you do for the Lord. And one day, like Billy Graham said, the greatest statistic is death. One out of everyone's going to face it. I'm going to face it one day, Steve. You're going to face it one day. We're all going to face it. Steve, when it's your turn and you get to the pearly gates, there's going to be a lot of people. I'm here to tell you. There's going to be a lot of people that's going to come up to you and say, hey, you let this preacher get on your station and you're on your show and tell me about a man named Jesus. I want to thank you for that. And I'm serious. That will happen. What you've done for this ministry, Steve, you've done a lot. And I can't thank you enough, my dear friend. You're a good friend. I love you dearly. I love your wife. I ain't never met her. I met you one time years ago at the GAT show. And that was your Brooklyn got married, and your daughter sang at their wedding.
Yeah,
that's when I met you many years ago. Bethany, that's your daughter's name, right?
You're going back many years ago because she was just a little girl. I don't know. She must have been 9 or 10, maybe something like that at the time.
But she still sings. I mean, I know she's married and got kids. And that was an adorable picture you posted of your granddaughter. That was such a sweet, sweet picture, Steve. Does she still sing? I mean, like sing around the house, sing in the car, sing around you. And
I'm sure she sings with the radio, but aside from that, no, not really.
Oh, well, she had a beautiful voice. She probably still does too. But anyways, I'll get on off here. And God's children, just remember what the old brother Rambler told you. Just because there's not a light at the end of the tunnel, just because you can't see it yet, doesn't mean it's not there. Cling to God's unchanging hand. No, you got someone right here. Just because I'm a preacher, don't accept. What's the word I'm looking for? It don't mean I don't go through things just like you do. I go through things just like everyone does. But I'm here to tell you right now, I'm going through some things right now. And it's nothing too terribly bad. I mean, my health is fine. I'm not going through a divorce, so don't ask yourself that. And when God does what he's going to do, I'll share it and be glad to share it. But right now, I want to tell you that I'm with you. Hands clean to God's hand. Clean your hand to God's hand. Let's go through it together. And remember, love just not a four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, I know I can love you, and I do. God bless you, Steve. I love you, my friend. Have a great weekend.
Thank you, Rambler. All right, got to get a quick 2-minute timeout. 2 years from today, something's going to be happening. If we're still around, we'll all be gathering toward the heavens, looking for something special. April the 8th of 2024. Any idea what that is? Hang on, we'll tell you right after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111. I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, this is the day, April 8th, 2024. You know, what's the weather going to be like on that day? Well, we have no idea, but that's going to be the question on minds of millions of people leading up to a spectacular total solar eclipse. Yeah, it's just around the corner. Now, April the 8th, 24. It's going to be the only chance to see a total solar eclipse. You know, where the moon passes before the sun, blocking out the daylight. Daylight turns to darkness for a few moments. We won't have another one here in the lower 48 until the year 2045. So this is going to be one of the must-see astronomy events of the decade. Now, the opportunity to see an eclipse without traveling internationally should not be missed, according to AccuWeather. It's 2 years before the eclipse, but it's not too early to start making plans, they tell us. This is going to be an encore. I can't believe it's already been 5 years. It just seems like yesterday we were out there. Everybody, maybe we bought those special glasses where you could look at the sun, which if you had some of those special glasses left over, they were selling them everywhere. Every street corner, convenience store had those, for like $2 or whatever, little cardboard glasses. If you save some of those, they will not still be good by the time the 2024 eclipse rolls around. The previous was 2017. And according to experts, 2024 will be even more impressive than the last. To witness a total solar eclipse, you need to be in the right place at the precise time in that path of totality. Now, being in the path and outside the path on April the 8th to 24 will literally be the difference between night and day. In 2024, the path is going to cross a number of large cities. We'll give you more coming up here. Right now, though, we've got to get our bottom of the hour news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Ukraine's President Vladimir Zelensky has thanked President Biden after the U.S. chose to ban Russian oil imports. Russia has also been kicked off the UN Human Rights Council. On Capitol Hill, history has been made as the Senate votes 53-47 to confirm Ketanji Brown Jackson to the Supreme Court. She'll replace retiring Justice Stephen Breyer. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer.
This is a wonderful day, a joyous day, an inspiring day.
Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell.
The soon-to-be justice can either satisfy her radical fan club or help preserve the judiciary that Americans need, but not both. I'm afraid the nominee's records tells us which is likely, but I hope Judge Jackson proves me wrong.
This is USA Radio News.
You clean everything else in your house, why don't you clean the air? It's easy to do with an Eden Pure Thunderstorm air purifier. They're under $200 for a 3-pack. You can put one in the kitchen. You can put one in the living room. You can put one in that room that you always flush. Go to EdenPureDeals.com. Put in my promo code Classic3 and you'll save $200. EdenPureDeals.com. Discount code Classic3 and you'll also get free shipping. The MyPillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The Body Pillow $39.99. And MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. MyPillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And
Now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
And right back at it here. Right at the halfway mark here on a Friday morning. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Get back to the calls. And Eric, thanks for hanging in there. What's going on, Eric?
Good morning, Steve. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, doing all right. It's a Friday.
You got that. Hey, I wanted to give you a road closure update. Northbound 75, there at the Franklin Springboro exit, mile marker 38. I didn't see what was going on, but they had the highway shut down as I was coming into work this morning. It's northbound, the Franklin Springboro exit 38. Looks like it's shut down. They got the road shut down.
Okay.
Don't know what's going on, but there's a ton of emergency vehicles, Steve.
I'll see what I can dig up, what we can find on that. Okay.
Gotcha. Hey, Steve, I got one thing I want to ask you. You remember, you know how Governor Greg Abbott is, shipping all these illegals to Washington, D.C.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall back when Bush Jr., I want to say it was Bush Jr. that was letting in illegals and stuff, and then things got eradicated, not as bad as it is right now. But remember Sheriff Kay Jones there in Butler County, who confiscated or rounded up a bunch of illegals and housed them and stuff, and turned around and sent a bill to DC for housing these illegal immigrants, and he got his butt in Dutch. But he was actually for the people of Butler County, saying, why should my taxpayers pay for all these illegals? I wonder if something like that's going to eradicate around the nation too, now that, someone like Governor Abbott. I just kind of curious of what your take is, being that you're a Cincinnati boy, you live right next door to Butler County.
I think it's a good idea. I wouldn't anticipate ever getting a check in the mail. Look at the numbers they're bussing into San Antone. I mean, that's one of the prime destinations, San Antone. It's costing the taxpayers there a fortune.
Indeed. I wonder if Pappy remembers that when Sheriff Jones did that to send a bill to Washington, saying, this is what you owe the taxpayers for housing all these illegals.
Yeah.
But, well, Steve, I just was wanting to tell you about that update on that crash and that shutdown, and kind of get your take on that. And I hope Pappy calls in if he heard this. So you have yourself a great weekend, and we'll catch you next week.
Thank you very much, Eric. I do kind of remember Sheriff Jones. He's one of the good ones. Kind of reminded me of trying to remember. Did he maybe not threaten to put up tent cities, kind of like they did out in Arizona? What was the name of the sheriff out there that did that? Put the inmates in their pink jumpsuits and had them sleeping outdoors in the tent city there. All right. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Just checking over to the email bag, Steve at hotshotsecret.com. Saw a note from a guy I worked with many, many years ago, many moons ago, Bob Hawkins in the radio biz. And he brought up a point that I'd never really thought of it. He said, if you're going to rely on the likes of your cell phone or whatever your electronic device to become maybe potentially a lifesaver if you were to ever get stranded somewhere, everyone thinks if something happens, well, I can pick up the phone and I can call for help, right? That's the idea. He said, pay attention to your service provider. There's this little gimmick known as being able to communicate with 98% of the population versus 98% of the country. Think about that a second. In other words, 98% of the country means there's only like 2% of the country where you're going to have no cell service. There could be vast areas, especially out in the middle of nowheres and in parts of Montana, the Dakotas, way out west, where you could have coverage for 98% of the people, because you've got, the coverage in California, the coverage along the eastern seaboard. 98% of the people versus 98% of the country. Now, I shared that because there's a story that he's a Hoosier, out of Indiana, so they've been kind of following that story. An Indiana couple that spent more than a week stranded in a desolate part of Nevada, surviving on snow for water as they were hoping and praying for rescue. On March 27, Ronnie and Beverly Barker set off for California, a campground across the Nevada desert. They were expected to arrive in Tucson, Arizona, on March 29th to meet up with friends. But that date came and went with no sign of them. What happened to them remained a mystery, but new details provide some insight into the ordeal. The couple's nephew said his aunt shared how the couple became stranded in the first place and then relayed the information via a Facebook post. His aunt told him, we were following our GPS in the RV. The GPS had not been set to highway mode, which would have likely provided a safer route to their destination. They had no indication that the route they were taking was potentially dangerous. They saw some other cars and even another motorhome along the way. The RV did just fine, although they had to slow down because the trailer dolly was bouncing around if they went too fast. But the RV got stuck in some gravel and sand. They slept in the RV, then unhooked their Kia Soul the next morning, which they were towing, with the idea they'd go get some help. They did not grab water or blankets, thinking it should be a fairly quick trip to find help. But they took another wrong turn in the Kia, and it got stuck, roughly 2 miles from the RV. Having no idea how far they were from help and unaware of how far they had traveled from the RV, they stayed put. Ronnie was honking the horn in an SOS pattern about every 10 minutes or so. According to Beverly's account, relayed to her nephew, the biggest enemy was thirst. Dehydration began to pull the life from her husband and left the car to get some snow. She balanced herself on her walker using N95 masks to scoop up some snow to put in bags so that they would have some water. Uncle Ronnie was dying. There was nothing they could do but honk the horn and try to melt snow to drink. They stayed like this for days. As Ronnie would read from his Bible and the couple doing their best to keep their spirits up, hoping for help to arrive. Ronnie passed away peacefully on Monday afternoon. Less than a day later, rescuers found the RV by following tire tracks. They eventually heard Beverly honking the horn in the distance. What turned out to be a 9-day ordeal finally came to an end. While Beverly told her rescuers she wasn't really hungry, she did want water. She was flown to a hospital in Reno. Now, the nephew believes the strong faith of his aunt and his uncle helped them get through. There's no physical way that she would have been able to make it, to get snow time after time without the Lord carrying her up that ridge. While it's a heartbreaking story, he said it's an uplifting story as well. There was way more talk about how they were at peace with the fate that was closing in on them. More words of love and kindness to each other than pain and suffering. But he says, I wish local authorities in Nevada had taken the case more seriously and started the search earlier. I hope no family has to struggle for help like they did. Had proper steps been taken from the moment they were reported as missing, my uncle would be alive today. He took aim at the local response. Your inability to deal with this situation cost my uncle his life. I hope that kind of hunch, but just the fact that there was no signal. And yeah, good point to ponder. There's still a lot of places out there. If you get stranded, you have no way of contacting the outside world for help. All right, let's get back to the calls here. Scarecrow, happy Friday. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Hey, earlier in the week, early in the program, you breaking away for a top of the hour break, whatever. You gave the phrase, you want it, we got it. I can hear that being included in the second verse of Overnight Drive. What do you think?
That works.
Just a hint, anyway. If you're listening there, Moose. Steve, I need to start biting your lip a little bit over that rain forecast for California next week. We're going to be traveling a couple thousand miles for a visit there come Saturday. And our local forecast by Wednesday is supposed to have us, across up in the 60s. We're heading down to the Yosemite Valley. I think their high on Wednesday is supposed to be about 41. They're down in the teens overnight. And we're going to be 3 or 4 blessed days of that weather. Then heading back up to Roseville, which is a burb of Sacramento. And with that, Santa Claus, we want you to start working on that weather too for us, if you could, please. So yeah, things are not looking promising on our week's vacation right now. In fact, before I left the house tonight, the kid said, if you got rain gear, Mom and Dad, you better plan on bringing it. So they're all big into hiking and such way. So we got that to look forward to. Although towards the end of the week, you're going to be cleared us for a tour of Beale and whatnot. So I guess we're not looked at as a national threat there. And anyway, primary reason to call. I said I got a history lesson for you, and I wanted to kind of time this, with Philip. I'm guessing he's probably listening about now, and he can probably, I know he can contribute probably more than I can to it. And we have to go back 80 years here. Philip mentioned, just touched on it a couple of weeks back, that I believe one of the Soviets are using, I suppose their cruise missile, he said resembled the V-1. The V-1 rocket / bomb is basically a bomb with a rocket attached to it, was Germany's effort at breaking the morale of England, London specifically. And they had a gentleman, kind of a self-taught scientist, engineer by the name of Van Braun. And he was somewhat their lead scientist working on Germany's rocket program and such. And later on, they created a V-2, which was basically the first supersonic, missile and such. But the V-1, there was defenses for it. They run those balloons up into the air with cables hanging from them, and they had anti-aircraft fire could take them down. But still, many, hundreds, if not thousands, made it through. In fact, they caught them on radar, and some of the faster planes, the Spitfires and Mustangs, they could catch up to them, and the pilots would actually take their wingtips and tip them over, send them on a different trajectory, which was fine as long as it wasn't over a populated area.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, these V-1s, they called them, buzz bombs. Well, they made a unique sound when they were going overhead, the populace, when that sound went away, the populace on the ground, they knew that was going to be coming down. Anyway, that's a little bit about the V1. Now, Van Braun. The end of the war, the United States, they managed to talk him into, bringing his technology, working with our country on the rocket program and such. Mind you, the Soviet Union was very into this too, even though they were allies, so to speak. They were still, we were still butting heads over there. Van Braun, he proceeded to work with the United States. In the end of things, he wound up working at the NASA Goddard Space Center. And I'm sure this is where Philip can really chime in. But either way, it was his team that designed and created the Saturn V rocket, which took us to the moon. Here's this fellow that, at once was designing weapons of destruction, turned around and his engineering actually, look what that did for the wealth of the world, so to speak. But either way, there was a race to the plant where the V1 was being built. The race for the United States to get in there. The Army went in and they grabbed whatever machinery and such they could get before the Soviet Union could get in there and get it. And it was sent back to the United States. Okay, now we're going to jump ahead 80 years. I drove for a line haul, company here several years back, but I would haul overnight. Some of the freight was shafting, shiny shafts, 4, 5 foot, 6 foot long, from Milwaukee to a little shop south of La Crosse, and they would do some work on them, and they'd go back to Milwaukee down here. Well, they wound up being torsion bars for the suspension on military tracked vehicles, specifically tanks. And this shop, maybe I won't give the name right now, but either way, my youngest son visited this shop the other day. He's an engineer with a heavy equipment manufacturer down here. And purely coincidentally, his father-in-law is a senior hourly employee at this shop. And so he's kind of the go-to man if there's any problems or such. But he gave Josh a tour of the place and such. Steve, there's equipment, he said, 3 or 4 machines that they're still using that came from that shop in Germany that Van Braun had done his development on. And to me, it's a wonder that that equipment would still be serviceable today. But and this is kind of where Philip, this is where you come into play. The shop, they make the engine cones, nozzles for SpaceX and what's the other one, USI or USA
right
rocket program.
Yep.
So so either way, it's just kind of interesting how things have come around and gone from way back when to have today. So now, children, when you go home tonight and mom and dad ask how things went in school today, you can tell them you learned something. And this is obviously learning that is not taught in history books today or science books. But I wanted to time this, this call so Richard could catch it, or Philip would catch it too. I'm just expecting he'll probably be on your list there shortly, huh?
He's on the line as we speak there, Scarecrow. So we'll get to him coming up here in a bit. First, we got a quick timeout to Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Rolling up on news break here just around the corner. And it's 844-844-3388 as we head toward the midnight hour on the West Coast. So we'll get back to our calls following the news break. Looks like we got Knuckle Buster on the line, Philip checking in, Chevy Guy. And yeah, temperatures have been really soaring along the west this week, particularly in portions of California. Well, don't expect that summer preview to last that long. The week started with temperatures not far from normal. Things started to change on Wednesday. Downtown LA hit 88 degrees. Now, for perspective, the normal high in the City of Angels is 85 degrees in August, while Wednesday's temperature was far short of the record of 106 degrees from 1989. The record books may be rewritten today, they tell us, when the temperature is expected to soar past the daily high mark of 92 this afternoon. Thursday, temperatures in Burbank, California hit 98. That broke the old daily record of 91 by several degrees, approaching the monthly April record of 100 degrees. Missed it by 2. Well, temperatures are going to be changing through the weekend. The position of the jet stream is going to shift, and cooler conditions begin to spread into the region. And the drop in temperature is not going to stop there. Most areas will transition from record highs to temperatures below normal. And we'll return after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
In the Senate, a new Supreme Court justice has been confirmed.
On this vote, the yeas are 53, the nays are 47, and this nomination is confirmed.
Vice President Kamala Harris announcing Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson's confirmation to the Supreme Court of the United States. Judge Jackson will be the first black woman to serve on the Supreme Court. She's expected to be sworn into the Supreme Court later this year when Justice Breyer officially steps down. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
In a video message, Ukraine President Zelensky thanked President Biden after the U.S. banned Russian oil imports. Also, the UN General Assembly has voted to suspend Russia from the Human Rights Council. This is USA Radio News.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free.
Thanks, Pat. Call toll-free 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490.
Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Again, 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490 today.
Or at SwissAmerica.com.
U.S. consumer debt levels climbed by almost $45 billion in February, reaching $4.48 trillion, according to the Fed. Revolving credit increased at an annual rate of 20.7%, while non-revolving credit increased at an annual rate of 8.4%. The report goes back to the 1940s. Inflation in the U.S. has continued to rise, climbing more than 7% in January year over year. Economists believe there's a number of reasons inflation is rising at a rate not seen in 40 years, including housing-related costs and, more recently, energy prices. The Senate has voted 100-0 to revoke Russia's most favored nation trade status and suspend Russian energy imports. The consecutive votes solidify actions already taken by the Biden administration to sanction Russia because of its invasion of Ukraine. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Are you diabetic and searching for a healthy beverage to enjoy every day? Consider diabetic-friendly and delicious Gluco Down drink mixes. Gluco Down drink mixes are specially enriched with prebiotic fiber, essential vitamins and minerals. There's no sugar or caffeine.
Gluco Down's clinically proven prebiotic fiber helps maintain blood sugar levels in a healthy range, especially after meals.
8 diabetic-friendly, delicious flavors. Shop now at Amazon. Search Gluco Down. That's Gluco Down.
The House has passed a bill that would provide $55 billion in additional grants for restaurants and other small businesses. The bill passed 223 to 203, with just a few Republicans supporting it. It includes $42 billion for restaurants and $13 billion for other small businesses impacted by COVID-19. Republicans say that the additional pandemic relief money for small businesses isn't necessary and claimed the money would worsen inflation. The money replenishes the Restaurant Revitalization Fund created by the Biden American Rescue Plan that became law in 2021. The Senate must still vote to pass the bill and the president to sign it for it to become law. Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi says she's tested positive for COVID-19 but is asymptomatic. Also, Senator Susan Collins announced she also had tested positive for the virus. The trial of 26 men accused of the murder of Saudi Arabian journalist Jamal Khashoggi was halted, and a Turkish court ruled that the case can be moved to Saudi Arabia. The 26 were being tried in absentia and are believed to be in Saudi Arabia. They are accused of killing and dismembering Khashoggi inside the Saudi Arabian embassy in Istanbul in 2018. In 2019, a UN investigation blamed the death on high-level Saudi officials, including Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break one line for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Blacktown. Let her roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. And it don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, you'll catch it all on the Steve Sommers Show. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
There you go. Thank you, Big Moose. As we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Hey, it worked that time. Second time's a charm. All right, let's see. Hour number 4 underway already. Wow. The next hour, we'll have another keyword in our $1,000 daily driver bonus giveaway with Hot Shot Secrets and our friends at TNCRadio.live. And it's 844-844-3388. I didn't even realize asbestos was still being used in anything. I thought it was banned years and years and years ago. The EPA earlier this week proposed a rule to finally ban asbestos. Apparently, it's still used in some chlorine bleach, brake pads, and other products that kills thousands of Americans every year. The proposal announced on Tuesday marks a major expansion of EPA regulation under the landmark 2016 law that overhauled rules governing tens of thousands of toxic chemicals in everyday products, from household cleaners to clothing, furniture. The proposed rule would ban, finally, chrysotile asbestos, the only ongoing use of asbestos in the United States. As we said, found in things like brake pad linings, gaskets, and it is used to manufacture chlorine bleach and sodium hydroxide, otherwise known as caustic soda. The EPA said this is an important step to protect public health and finally put an end to the use of dangerous asbestos in the United States overall. Why did it take so long? It's long overdue. Going back to 2016, though, the law authorized new rules for tens of thousands of toxic chemicals, things like asbestos and a number of others that for decades have been known to cause cancer, but were largely unregulated under federal law. The EPA did ban asbestos in 1989, But that rule was largely overturned by a 1991 court decision that weakened the EPA's authority to address risks to human health from asbestos and other existing chemicals. I mean, that was once very common for household insulation and other products. It's been banned in more than 50 countries. Use here in the United States has obviously been declining for decades. The only form of asbestos known to be currently imported, processed, or distributed for use is what they call chrysotile asbestos, imported from Brazil and used by chlor-alkali industry that produces bleach, caustic soda, and some other products. Again, like I said, I didn't realize we were still using asbestos for anything here. Hey, good morning, Knuckle Buster. Happy Friday.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. Thank God it's Friday, but I'm tell you, I'm ready for this week to be over with there. I'd like to see old Kyle and Big Moose get with Apple and create a ringtone for your phone there on his little jingle there. They'll be able to download the whole song, but nothing's free, so it all depends on how much money they want there. Well, speaking of the phone, I got your email yesterday, and I'm going to tell you a funny story. My 5-year-old grandson was watching videos on my phone. Well, Steve, he blocked about 12 people on my phone, and you were one of them. You're unblocked now, so
I kind of wondered about that. Okay, well, that answers that question. Huh?
Yeah, so you're unblocked now, and he ain't getting my phone no more either. He just has to grow up and get his own phone there.
That's funny.
We missed one yesterday. Yesterday was National Beer Day, Skullbuster Day there, so we missed a good day to celebrate there, right?
Yep.
The Boy Scout motto is always be prepared there. Anytime Tennessee and I travel, we carry a case of water bottles. I've got a bag in each of our vehicles that carries a serpentine belt, one spark plug. You're not ever going to have the whole set of spark plugs go out. That'd be a rarity. You might get one or two foul out, but that'd be about it. Make sure you get that important thermostat in that bag too. I carry air and fuel filters. Make sure you carry tools. An atlas, paper atlas. The phone and the Garmin is only a tool designed to help you. So if you look at that paper atlas, you'll know exactly what the layout of the land is and what the roads are. And you'll got a pretty good idea where you'll be at there. I'll make sure you always carry money and a credit card. Nothing's free in life there. Hurricane season's coming up pretty soon, right?
June 1, it's less than 2 months away.
Yeah, about 2 months away there. So I want to thank Horse Feathers for taking that Pfizer vaccine there. I got a daughter that works for Pfizer, so I've had both of my Pfizer shots and my booster. So, see, what is a mariachi singer?
A mariachi singer. I don't know. I don't know what a mariachi band is. It's a Mexican band, Mexican singer?
I don't know. It said this Texas 7-year-old was dubbed the world's youngest mariachi singer. They took him over there in Italy somewhere there. I don't know. But that's pretty good, 7-year-old being a pretty good singer there. And they found a grenade and some potatoes there in a New Zealand factory. See, it was an old World War II grenade. The only good thing about it was a dummy. It didn't actually work there. It was just
okay.
Just a dumb practice grenade there. So that's I bet that was a relief off of a bunch of people there were back there and trying to peel them taters, right? All right. Well, let's get the good stuff in the way, too. If the mountain was smooth, Steve, you wouldn't be able to climb it. Faith is forsaking all. I trust him to be who he said he was and what he said he was going to do for me. And my benefits are grace, which is God's riches at Christ's expense. So that'll be my good words for today, I guess you could say. And today, April the 8th, is National Zoo Lovers Day.
National what lovers?
Kids or your grandkids. Yeah, National Zoo Lovers Day.
Zoo lovers,
kids
okay.
or your grandkids. Yep. To the zoo this weekend there, get you some good exercise in, walking around, seeing all them little critters. And I listened to your commercial there about that air purifier there. Well, get your ductwork in your house clean, too. That'll help you breathe a whole lot easier. Won't be getting all that dust in there. So, anyway, that's all of my steak and bologna for today, Mr. Steve Sommers. And let's get the other stuff out of the way, too, because it's almost quitting time. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Keep Steve Sommers Overnight Drive radio going down the road. Buy some Hot Shot Secret products like Stiction Eliminator and Everyday Diesel Treatment. You know, that Stiction Eliminator is not only good for a diesel engine, but it's good for gas engines as well.
Yes,
there.
sir.
Clean your lawn mowers and all that good stuff up there. It's almost time to start mowing grass. Don't forget to put Overnight Drive code in the checkout box for your 10% discount. Buy some Steve Sommers Overnight Drive product, baseball caps, travel mugs, and T-shirts. And you women buy them T-shirts and make sure you keep them headlights turned on. And Steve, I didn't listen to Tennessee too well. So have a great day, Mr. Steve Sommers.
Yeah, looking to get in trouble again, right? It is 17 past the hour. All right, let me get to Philip here. Been hanging on patiently. Morning, Philip.
Hey, Steve, why don't you hire Knucklebuster make him make a commercial for you? That last bit was just more commercial than it was anything else, right?
That's our PR man.
I'm telling you, he's keeping it up there for you. I appreciate Scarecrow talking about Warner von Braun. If it wasn't for Warner von Braun, we wouldn't be launching rockets right now. And I kind of knew that about SpaceX, Scarecrow. A lot of parts for those rockets that they shoot over here at the Cape, they get them from all around the United States, and there's a lot of parts made everywhere. Those nozzles on the Starship, the one out in Texas, those are actually made in a 3D printer. They're not even made in a machine shop. They're made in a 3D printer in California.
Really?
So, but yes, von Braun, if it wasn't for von Braun, we wouldn't have nothing. He was correct about the V1, and the V2 was the one that when war ended, we went in and we took all the V2s from them, and we hauled them over here to the United States. And a lot of people don't know it, but they ended up in Cape Canaveral, Florida, which is now Kennedy Space Center. So that's where all the V2 rockets from Germany went, and they tested them right off of the Canaveral shore there. And that's what developed what eventually would become the Apollo program. And it started out with Gemini, Mercury, and those programs, and then it went into Apollo. And then after that was the space shuttle. And then what you see out there now, I actually said, did you get my email, Steve, with the two rockets on the pad?
Just going to ask, how uncommon of a sight is that? Two rockets side by side on the launch pad. It's been a while since we've seen that, huh?
Yeah, the last time that happened on those two pads was we had two space shuttles out there at the same time. That's the last time that happened, and I'm not sure when that was, but I believe it was in the 90s that we had two space shuttles sitting out there at the same time. They were within, I think, about 2 months of each other going up, and they had them both rolled out. That's the last time that 39A and 39B had two vehicles on it. They had vehicles on them at the same time. And it really surprised me when NASA gave, well, they didn't give it to him, they're leasing it to him, Elon Musk and SpaceX 39A. And 39B is the one that the Artemis is on right now. That one, or the SLS, excuse me, that one there was always the secondary. 39A was always the one that was where everything with the big guys were shot from, like the Apollo missions and all them. A lot of those went from 39A, which is the one that Musk has. But I was really surprised when they gave them A and they kept B for the other one. But it's pretty neat stuff seeing two of them out there. And then today we're going to have a human flight today. Did you see that, Steve?
I know I was going to ask, is it still on schedule for today? The 4 astronauts headed to the space station, right?
Absolutely. It'll be after 11 today down here. I won't be able to see it. I'll be inside working at the store here, but it's going to be cool. And then within a couple of weeks, we got another one going up. That's going to be another crewed mission. So we're getting them up there. I know they've got a lot to figure out with the deal with Russia going on right now, so hopefully they can get things settled with that, and we can keep the space station up there until it's time to bring it back down. But it's going to be interesting. The folks that are going to be up there today, though, they're leaving today, are the ones that are going to develop the next space station that's going to replace the one that's up there now. And that's one reason why they're going up there. I mean, they're doing a lot of medical science and whatnot, but that Axiom company is one of the big companies that's involved with our next space station. And it's going to be a commercial one, so it ain't going to be countries funding it. It's going to be a lot of commercial stuff funding it. So,
wow.
But that's pretty much all I got to say. Oh, by the way, Steve, you were talking about asbestos earlier. Asbestos is everywhere. In a lot of the older buildings, there's a lot of companies that are having to deal when they buy a building, they have to go in and abate it, do different things to get that asbestos out. It's some pretty bad stuff. I'm kind of glad they're getting rid of it totally. There's a lot of companies out there that still deal with it in their buildings and won't even touch it because they can't afford the cleanup of it. So it's pretty bad stuff. That's all I pretty much got for today, bud. I appreciate it. Y'all have a good one.
Thank you much. Have a great weekend, and interesting times along the Space Coast there. Yeah, two big rockets on the launch pad ready to go at this hour. And we'll be back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111. I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest, and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Coming up in a few weeks, got an update actually this past day. The Hunter Biden laptop files. And this deal, I mean, this reads something like straight out of a Tom Clancy novel. But it's real world. More on that coming up here. I've neglected to mention, I forgot. Our tech guy, Josh Steinmetz, is going to become a father today. I knew that when he came down to the Mid-America Truck Show, set things up, but he had to get back because the wife was due within a matter of weeks. I think the due date was like April 14th. And I messaged him yesterday. I said, we'll be seeing you tomorrow. We're coming up for the quarterly meeting there. And he said, no, I won't see you because the wife is going in and they'll be doing a C-section today. I don't know what hour, but today. So congratulations to Josh and Katie. And he'll be taking a couple of weeks off to become daddy. How about that? Hope everything goes well. With the C-section today. He was, and we were chatting with him while we did see him in Louisville. I guess that was Wednesday before the show actually started, and I think he was talking about there were concerns the baby hadn't turned or whatever, so it's the breech. I guess that's why they've had to opt now to do the C-section thing, which I know how that all works out because we had the same problem with our first child. Bethany was actually, what do they call it? Double breech. So had to do the C-section. All right. Top stories from the Breitbart news desk today. The percentage of Americans who say our economy is on the wrong track is at 73%. According to a survey conducted by the housing finance giant Fannie Mae. That is the highest ever share in records that go back as far as 2010. It is remarkable, they say, how quickly the public's perception of the economy has deteriorated. A year ago, 1 year into the pandemic, and at the start of Biden's term as president, the share of people saying the economy was on the wrong track was at 51%. 37% say the economy was on the right track. Now the right track share is down to 21%. My, how perspectives have changed 1 year into the Biden administration. There was also a big jump in the share of respondents who said they expect their personal financial position to get worse over the next 12 months. A year ago, about 15% were expecting darker times ahead for their personal finances. Last month, that moved all the way up to 25%, which is also a record high. In other words, there's a lot of bad feelings about the economy. It's all the more remarkable given the low unemployment that the country is in right now. Well, we were going to say enjoying, but that's the point. We have low unemployment, but almost no one is actually enjoying it. And I don't really grasp what they're talking about, the low unemployment numbers. I think one of the contributing factors is the sheer number of people who have actually, during the whole pandemic, they may have been a couple of years from retirement or whatever the case, but many people have opted to say that's it. They're no longer in the workforce, so they no longer are counted as someone that would otherwise be considered unemployed, no longer seeking employment. More to come after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
History has been made as the Senate votes 53-47 to confirm Ketanji Brown Jackson to the Supreme Court. Democratic Senator Patrick Leahy.
Somebody who make the court look more like America. And somebody, frankly, I could say to my children, and my grandchildren. Be proud. Be proud of what you see.
GOP Senator Ted Cruz didn't support Jackson's nomination.
I believe she will prove to be the furthest left of any justice to have ever served on the Supreme Court.
Georgia Senator Raphael Warnock is the latest member of Congress to say he's tested positive for COVID-19. He was seen with New Jersey Senator Cory Booker and Vice President Harris after the Supreme Court confirmation vote. This is USA Radio News.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free.
Thanks, Pat. Call toll-free 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490.
Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Again, 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490 today.
Or at SwissAmerica.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
I hadn't really seen anything about it. I would have asked Philip if I'd seen it earlier. I just came across, it's an ad for the SpaceX token. I guess this is kind of like taking a page out of the digital currency world, right? What is SpaceX token? It says, power our rockets using SpaceX token. By investing, you are investing in a future of space travel and Web 3.0. We at SpaceX are aiming to use Web 3.0 to power our rockets, and using SpaceX token will make everything easier for people and give them a chance to invest in our rockets. All right, so on back to the top. Okay, they've got the pre-sale, I guess, is underway. The SpaceX token pre-sale. Capture the privileges of the SpaceX world with SpaceX token with virtual reality and augmented reality technology, or Boiler. Full transparency, more trust, minimize risk, maximize rewards. They've got a white paper you can read about that. Anyway, the sale period ends 26 days, 9 hours, and the clock is ticking. One SPX, or SpaceX token right now, is a $1.70. To purchase, I guess you have to purchase them with another digital currency. We accept Bitcoin, Ether, BCH, US dollar tokens, BNB, the Dogecoin, and all right, 1,500,000 SPX tokens, I guess, available on the pre-sale. Let's see. Oh, by the way, there is a minimum purchase of 200 tokens. So you can't just go in and buy, $50, $100 worth? Minimum 200 tokens. It's kind of interesting. Before I get back to the calls, let me give you the update. We had a lot of discussion on last evening's program. Hunter Biden laptop. Jack Maxey, the guy the whistleblower, the guy that says he has found 120,000 previously unseen files on the Hunter Biden laptop. 80,000 images, I believe, was the word. This past day, he said, I believe U.S. intelligence agencies took down files that he had attempted to put online. That's why he has fled to Switzerland to expose the truth. He gave the details to the Daily Mail and certain members of Congress after he said WikiLeaks never returned his calls. He said they never responded. Now, this is the guy that worked as a researcher for Steve Bannon's War Room. He said WikiLeaks apparently doesn't exist. Frankly, I don't think I'm in the same league, but they stole their material. As far as I'm concerned, the WikiLeaks founder, Julian Assange, got people killed. And he said, I feel the same way about Edward Snowden. I appreciate what he did, but he broke the law. He's trying very hard at every level to not break the law and not expose, per se, the young females allegedly seen in the photos on Hunter Biden's laptop. What bothers me, he says, we live in this great country. We try to think of ourselves as an ethical nation. It seems to me that myself and a few other hardcore people are the only ones that seem to care. I can count on 10 fingers the people who have helped me, the people who've actually shown concern for me over the last year. Now, he said he came into possession of a copy of that hard drive while he was working for Steve Bannon. He explains, John Paul Mac Isaac, that's the guy who owned the computer repair shop in Delaware, where Hunter left the laptop. It said he turned over a copy of that drive to Rudy Giuliani, who was then Trump's personal lawyer, after law enforcement initially declined to take it. Giuliani then contacted Bannon, who had Jack Maxey, the guy that has it now, come in to examine it. After recently showing it to a friend, Maxey said he was advised to put part of it online for his own protection, so that those who don't want it exposed would know he has the power to expose all of it. He explains, we chose 5 different drop boxes around the world, 1 in New Zealand, 2 in the United States, 2 in the United Kingdom. In each case, the material that we put on there, and it was a relatively small amount, like 8,000 emails, he said they were gone. They were taken down in under 70 minutes. I would say the vast majority were gone in less than 15 minutes. At that point, he said, I was being followed by black SUVs. I decided I'd be safer in Switzerland, where I have friends who can help me with the project, and I feel somewhat less vulnerable. Yeah, even so, that being said, I'm constantly reminded that I'm American, and plenty of better men than me are taking dirt naps right now. But I'm going to keep my oath to defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Like I said, sounds like something straight out of a Tom Clancy novel. You put this stuff, I mean, on a global scale. You've got drops in Switzerland, U.S., U.K., and who's in charge? Who has the ability to remove that anywhere in the world in a matter of minutes? I mean, this guy is rightfully concerned. He's delving into some deep, dark territory. All right, back to the phones here. Chevy Guy on board. Happy Friday, Chevy Guy. What's happening?
Yeah, that's, when you think about it, Biden puts up a lenient video child porn judge in there. You can see maybe he's banking up what he might have to do to fight for his son. This thing on Hunter's laptop, I don't get any more angrier at anybody than I do former Attorney General Ray Barr. He had it in his hand. I don't care about the banking and the political and all like that. I mean, they could have had that, but right now the man should have been in jail for the child porn that was in it. And like I said, I've seen 2 pictures. I don't remember where it come from. If somebody shared it, it was on my page on Facebook, and I seen it, and I just got ready to share it, and my finger stopped, and something said, buddy,
don't do it. Yeah.
Because in South Carolina, if you view child porn in South Carolina, it can be a 10-year sentence. So my finger said, no, we ain't going to do this. So we're probably not, justifiably so, we don't need to see this stuff for them little girls. It's that right there. That right there should be the issue. The rest of it, deal with it later. Because these children that were violated in there, obviously they're probably middle adults or later even grown adults by now, and they were never defended. What got me to call was Mitch McConnell at the top of the hour saying about the new judge, you know, and said, I don't believe she's going to do right, you know, but have her prove me wrong. And I'm sorry, Mitch McConnell, you need to prove the rest of us wrong. I mean, when Trump got in there, the first 2 years Trump got into office, you and the rest of the swamp people fought him tooth and nail. So the mess that we're in, it has no other way to put it, was tied in with you, because you come on the TV programs, you come on and fought more or less side by side with the Democrats to tear down what the people voted in. And you know, I was a Ted Cruz supporter, man. I mean, at first, yeah, I said, what have we done, you know? But I'm sorry, Donald Trump, I mean, he proved me wrong. I just, no man could have done what he did. He didn't care what people said about him. He just trekked right on down through. Even to the end, on the last days of the campaign, he had an aide or somebody that comes out and he bails out on the ship, and he accuses Trump of not worrying about his reelection, or not worrying about the country, but worrying about his reelection. I.e., Trump was basically making sure he could, actually do all the promises he made to the American people. So when it come down to it, that aide was just complaining that Trump was actually doing the job that the people put him in there to do. And so right there, it's amazing what Trump did. Now I don't really want to see Trump back in office. I'd like to see DeSantis, better communicator, and but you know, hey, we got to get through the next 2 years and so many months before we worry about that. And it's going to be interesting. This on the oh, by the way, Mitch McConnell, how about yelling and screaming about the people that are in jail right now? Oh yeah, you're the one that said that they have violated the hallowed halls of Congress. You know, yeah. Well, open up the books and let's find out who paid for the molestation and the sexual harassments, whether Democrat or Republican. And I'm sort of wondering on Hunter's laptop. Maybe that's what's going to shake up the makeup of Congress when we find out who was getting taxpayer-funded money to pay off the victims of their predatory behavior.
Right.
And I just, so Mitch McConnell, the hallowed halls of Congress, as long as that list stays hidden, it's under you, man. It's up to you. It's a vile cesspool of corruption. So other than that, I just drive a truck. What do I know?
Copy the mail. All right, we got to get a quick time out here. It's a Friday. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Well, question for the farmers out there. What's it going to cost you to plant your crops this year? Because many of them, you can't get fertilizer. I mean, a global shortage of commercial fertilizers, which has obviously been made much, much worse by Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Reuters sharing a story this past day. Abe Senquist has used every marketing tool he could think of to sell the back end of a cow, a.k.a. the poop. I mean, it has to go somewhere. Now, he's worked hard to woo farmers on the benefits for their crops. Well, all of a sudden, everybody's knocking on his door. Sandquist says they're clamoring to get their hands on something old MacDonald would swear by, well, you know, the old-fashioned animal manure. At this point, he says, I wish we actually had more to sell. Sandquist is the founder of Natural Fertilizer Services, based out of Iowa. But right now, he said, there's not enough to meet demand. Some livestock and dairy farmers, including those who previously actually paid to have their animals' waste removed, suddenly have a fertile side business selling it to grain growers. Equipment firms that make manure spreading equipment known as honey wagons are also benefiting. Not only are more U.S. farmers hunting manure supplies for the spring planting season, some cattle feeders that sell waste are actually sold out through the end of the year already. Manure is absolutely a hot commodity right now. We actually have waiting lists. It's all because the sky-high prices for industrial fertilizer are projected to reduce American farmers' corn and wheat planting this spring. According to the government data, that further threatens the global food supplies, as our domestic wheat inventories are the lowest in 14 years. And of course, the Russia-Ukraine war is disrupting grain shipments from those key suppliers. They're big. Now, while manure can replace some of the nutrient shortfall, it is not a panacea. There's not enough supply to swap out all the commercial fertilizer in this country. It is expensive to transport, and prices for animal waste as well are rising due to strong demand. Who would imagine you're watching the price of cow poop double? Plus, it's highly regulated by state and federal authorities, in part due to concerns about impacts on water systems. Manure can cause serious problem if it contaminates streams, lakes, groundwater. Livestock farmers say it's a heavy lift to meet all the government rules and track how the manure is actually applied. Regardless of all the drawbacks, though, demand right now is booming. In Wisconsin, 3 dairy farmers tell Reuters they turned down requests to buy their manure. North Carolina-based Finite, which makes manure drying systems, said they are fielding solicitations from growers as far away as Minnesota, Illinois, Iowa, Indiana. Smithfield Foods, the world's largest pork producer, has noticed the shift at the hog farms that supply its slaughterhouses. We definitely were seeing farmers move toward manure with the increased fertilizer price. Just, boy, interesting times, changing times. Industrial fertilizers like nitrogen do require a lot of energy to produce. Prices started going up last year with rising demand and a lower supply as record natural gas and coal prices triggered output cuts by the fertilizer manufacturers. Then we had the extreme weather, COVID-19 outbreaks that roiled the supply chains, and now you can add into it the war with Ukraine, reducing fertilizer exports from Russia as well as Belarus due to Western sanctions. And this threatens to shrink the harvest on a global scale at a time of record food inflation. All combined, Russia and Belarus accounted for more than 40% of global exports of potash last year. That's one of the 3 critical ingredients they use to boost crop yields. 40%. Hey, a couple of minutes, we'll be hitting top of the hour news break, and lines available at 844-844-3388. Hey there, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, thanks for taking me back. Yeah, I was going to mention the potash there, so I'm glad you touched on that. That's pretty important. And let's see, what do I got going on? It's all on the other side of the road. 1, 2, 3, 4. Up, fire truck just pulling up. Three police officers. 4-wheeler done a turtle. Got a 4-wheeler turned into a turtle.
Upside down.
Yep. All 4 wheels in the air.
Uh-oh.
They're all out. They're all out wandering around, so they're all good. They got three police officer cars there, and I'm sure they got enough crime equipment there and a fire truck, and so they'll be all right. But anyways, so I was going to get on about the shuttles there. I just saw a thing on the Columbia, and I believe the Columbia was the last one that you saw with the 2 shuttles on the launch pad, because if you remember, the Columbia mission, which was I think STS-107, actually got delayed from January until I think maybe March or April. I forget exactly, but it was sitting there, and it actually left after STS-12 after its delays it had. But that was the one, and that was the final mission for the Columbia shuttle. That was the one where it went up and the foam insulation came off and caused structural damage to the heat tiles on the wing. And of course, we know what happened on reentry. And it was kind of interesting. The story I was reading there actually showed how the people on ground control there are actually noticing that their sensors were going offline there, the hydraulic sensors and tire pressure sensors and a few others, and all the sensors in the wing, they were going offline. So apparently the heat buildup from entering the outer atmosphere, trying to start re-entry there, was actually causing all their sensors to go down. And of course that was the beginning of the end of the shuttle, and of course lost the 7 crew members out of that deal. But yeah, so that was that. They had a picture of it there, and they had the two shuttles there on the launch pad side by side when one did the launch, and I think Columbia was still sitting there waiting to go. So, anyways, that's about what we had going for you there. I thought I'd just kind of touch in with what Philip had there from before and let you go with that, and have a good weekend, and we'll be looking for the next keyword. It's going to be a keyword hour, right?
Keyword, yes. Yes, sir. As we head into our final hour, you are correct. Our $1,000 daily driver bonus contest With actually not one, but two $1,000 winners each day. Then on May what's the date, 9th, 12th, the end of our 5 weeks, all those who have entered keywords throughout the 5 weeks, all of them get thrown into the hat, and there will be one $10,000 winner drawn. So yes, your final keyword of the week here comes up next hour. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
On Capitol Hill, history has been made as the Senate votes 53-47 to confirm Ketanji Brown Jackson to the Supreme Court. She'll replace retiring Justice Stephen Breyer. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer.
This is a wonderful day, a joyous day, an inspiring day.
Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell.
The soon-to-be justice can either satisfy her radical fan club or help preserve the judiciary that Americans need, but not both. I'm afraid the nominee's records tells us which is likely, but I hope Judge Jackson proves me wrong.
Ukraine's President Vladimir Zelensky has thanked President Biden after the U.S. chose to ban Russian oil imports. Russia has also been kicked off the UN Human Rights Council. This is USA Radio News.
The MyPillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The Body Pillow $39.99. And MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. MyPillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175.
An island-wide power outage still has a majority of Puerto Rico without electricity. The outage happened late on Wednesday night, and the exact cause still remains under investigation. The island's utility provider, Luma Energy, said in a statement there was a fire at the Costa Sur power plant. Luma said they didn't have an estimate when the power would be fully restored. Forecasters say it's going to be a roller coaster ride of weather this weekend in the east, with conditions changing from winter to spring. By this weekend, a cold start is expected to go across the Great Lakes and the Northeast. The cold air will progress into the south, where major cities like Raleigh and Savannah will record temperatures about 20 degrees below normal. By Monday, they say it will return to spring, with warmer temperatures pushing eastward. The warm surge will continue on through Tuesday and Wednesday. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Alex Jones, the far-right conspiracy theorist who runs the InfoWars media company, gave a deposition this week in a defamation case brought by the families of the Sandy Hook Elementary Massacre in 2012. Jones sat for the deposition Tuesday and Wednesday, a week after Connecticut Judge Barbara Ellis ordered him to pay $25,000 per weekday that he refused to submit to the interview. She found him in contempt of court March 30th when he failed to show up for depositions. Jones's lawyers said their client paid $75,000 in fines for failing to comply. They asked for the money to be reimbursed. Attorneys said Jones missed previous deposition dates because of health issues, though he did leave his home at least once to film an episode of his show. The court filings said the distributor of Jones's show, Genesis Communications, also wishes to depose him next week. A judge ruled in November that Jones was liable for damages for defaming the families of the victims of the Sandy Hook shooting. Tiger Woods finished 1 under par in his first round of the Masters. It's his first competition since the car crash last year that nearly ended his career. Ferrero North America has voluntarily recalled their Kinder Happy Moments chocolate and Kinder Mix chocolate treats after some children became sick. They were manufactured in a place where salmonella was detected. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
A summer of excitement is within sight. This week, the polling spotlight is on the Sunshine State, and we'll soon know our first 3 champions of 2022. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. You've heard us refer to the NTPA's national and member state schedule as a place to find a poll near you. Let's take the occasion of this radio report to explain exactly what we mean as we go state by state through the 2022 Grand National Calendar at ntpapull.com. There you can also view regional national events and click the member state link at the top of the schedule page to view those events. In Minnesota, it's the Power Pole Nationals at the McLeod County Fairgrounds in Hutchinson, June 17th and 18th. In Illinois, it's the DeKalb County Fair NTPA Grand Nationals in Sandwich, September 8th and 10th. In Indiana, it's the Johnson County Fair Pole in Franklin, July 15th and 16th. In Iowa, it's the North Iowa Nationals at Chamber Acres in Rockwell, August 4th through 6th. In Kansas, it's the Wild West Grand Nationals at Raceway Park in Dodge City, July 8th and 9th. In Kentucky, it's the Meade County Fair NTPA Grand Nationals in Brandenburg, July 29th and 30th. In Ohio, it's the Fort Recovery NTPA Grand Nationals at Ambassador Park in Fort Recovery, July 29th and 30th. The Henry County Fair Pole in Napoleon, August 13th. The National Tractor Pulling Championships at the Fairgrounds in Bowling Green, August 18th through 20th. The Friday Night Spectacular at the Lorain County Fair in Wellington, August 26th. And the Enderley Pull-Off at the Fairgrounds in Urbana, September 17th. In Tennessee, it's the Clay Hill Summer Sizzler at the racetrack in Atwood, June 3rd and 4th. And the Lions Super Bowl of the South at Lions Motorsports Park in Chapel Hill, July 22nd and 23rd. And in Wisconsin, it's the Budweiser Dairyland Super Nationals at Recreation Park in Tomah, June 23rd through 25th. In addition to these states, you'll find great national events in Michigan, New York, and North Carolina. New events and classes are still being added to the national schedule, so check back frequently for the most up-to-date information. And while there's nothing like feeling the ground shake under the force of 10,000 plus horsepower, many of these events will be live streamed via the association's over-the-top online channel, ntpa.tv. Available for mobile platforms, Roku and Apple TV, ntpa.tv is the next best thing to being there. But before all that gets rolling in the Midwest and Wild West, we've got action in the Southeast as the Clay County Fair Truck and Tractor Pull in Green Cove Springs features 3 national classes competing on Saturday night and Sunday afternoon, April 9th and 10th. Super Farm tractors, supercharged 2-wheel drive trucks, and supercharged modified minis will invade the Paul E. Reinhold Memorial Fairgrounds in both sessions, and will award the 2022 Region 6 title in each division on Sunday. Several Mid-Florida state classes will also appear. Visit ntpapull.com for more information on this and all NTPA national and member state events. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
There you go. Get ready for some action. Florida this weekend. All right, final hour off and rolling. I mentioned the whole SpaceX token thing, and Phil, I guess Philip was still listening. Sends me a link He says, beware. You've got to be careful about all these cryptocurrency things out there. Many people have already been taken by not legit ventures. That is SpaceX token legit? That's what I was just talking about. There's a cryptocurrency, and many people wonder whether Elon Musk is involved with it. Musk, of course, is very outspoken about his cryptocurrency investments and projects like the SpaceX Doge 1 moon mission. However, none of Musk's companies have issued an official cryptocurrency under its own brand. Musk has talked about it. That makes this whole SpaceX token questionable. In addition to the SpaceX crypto, there's other tokens that appear to be related to Elon Musk. He has no official ties with him. They've got the Tesla coin, the SpaceX Floki, Starlink crypto, Dogelon, the Elongate crypto. I'll say the SpaceX token is part of a crypto project called Musk Swap. There they go, using the name Musk, which describes itself as a DeFi platform that brings out the best of decentralized exchanges like Uniswap, PancakeSwap, SushiSwap, in addition to the SpaceX-linked crypto. Musk Swap also has a number of Musk-inspired cryptocurrencies. So the big question, is it a good investment? Very few investors would think twice about investing in a cryptocurrency truly backed by Elon Musk. Just look at his world-class achievements. However, the SpaceX token does not have anything to do with the Tesla CEO. It may not be one of the outright rug pull scam, which has happened. People investing in a token, and all of a sudden, one morning the entire platform has disappeared. Any money that's been invested, magically gone. That's pulling the rug out from under you. It may not be that, but you'd probably be best to avoid the SpaceX token, according to Market Realist. All right. Like I said, I came across that ad, and I wasn't even familiar with it. So, meanwhile, back to the phones on a Friday. What's going on, pup?
Hey, how are you today, Steve?
Doing well. Happy Friday.
Yeah. Hey, you was talking about that laptop, and there's a girl that's an expert on that laptop. She wrote the book Laptop from Hell. I can't remember what her name is, but Hannity had her on his radio show, and she said there is no way that even if it was deleted and stuff, that computer could have held that many gigabytes of information. And she's already seen that laptop and wrote that book on it. That's about as much as I know on that. You was talking about everything that on as far as the commodities go, everything's up, and it'll cost almost double of what the input cost was of last year. Like say it took $200 to get an acre of beans out, and that includes your fertilizer. Let's say they're Roundup ready. That includes the Roundup, everything per acre, and that was even diesel fuel. Now it's going to be closer to $400. And corn was running around $300 on input cost, and now that's going to be in between $550. But that depends on your soil, because corn takes a lot of nitrogen, and without the fertilizers and like your 10-34-0 and your 28 and your urea and stuff like that. That's going to make it even harder on there. Yeah, the manure does a good job, but it only, like say you plant it in April or May, that fertilizer loses its kick, let's say, towards the end of July and August, and right when everything's feeding out good. So, and another reason that grain is so high right now is because, like, say, like down there in Brazil and Colombia and stuff, they've been hit real hard with a drought this past year. China is buying up a boatload of our corn, and Ukraine can't ship anything out right now. And Ukraine is a big supplier of potash and wheat. So all of those countries that depended on Ukraine for wheat are going to be turning to us now, and that's driving that price up.
And we're not going to have as much, right? We're not going to. The yield's not going to be there like it would.
No. And another stupid thing, Steve, is that on this Green Deal stuff, let's say every 10 rows of corn that you count, years ago when they first came out with ethanol, 1 or 2 of those rows would go to ethanol. Now ethanol is taking up dang near half of those 10 rows.
Wow.
And not only that, but they're wanting to put these solar things in, and if they're going to do that, they need to put them in the desert. They're wanting to put them in Indiana, Ohio, and stuff like that, and they're not talking just little. They're talking 5,000-10,000 acres worth of them. And if you take that away and drive the price of grounds up and put those out on the ground, you can't plant in and around those. Not the way they set those solar farms up and stuff. Yeah, you can around the windmills, but they're just shooting themselves in the foot, and we will have a food shortage if this keeps going like it is. I just figured I'd give you a little insight on that. You think the cost of food is expensive now? Wait till next year when they've got to try to recoup these input prices, and with the grains and everything being so low. Like right now, the commodities are worried about, that's the last thing they're worried about, but if Ukraine's going to be able to get in and plant or not, let alone if the farmer survives all of this. But it's a global market, and we're going to have to put a limit on how much we sell to China or the rest of the world, and make sure we keep enough for ourselves. So it's a mess, really. So y'all ready for the weekend?
I guess as ready as I'm going to get. Ready or not, here it comes.
Yeah, I wish I got one more night after tonight. And but I've talked to guys that work for other LTL companies, and the freight volumes are way down. Matter of fact, runs are being canceled daily. So, like if there isn't freight and or not very much freight, that way they're not running one guy out empty and another guy half loaded and stuff. So,
wow.
I don't think we've seen the worst of this yet. So. Thank you, Joe.
Let's go, Brandon.
I know. Amen to that. So I just figured I'd call in and let you know. But the price of beef and everything. D Ranger sent me a picture, and he lives down around the Atlanta area, and I can't remember how much it weighed, but it was like a prime rib, prime roast type deal.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that thing was around 6-7 pounds. I can't remember. I couldn't zoom in that good. $135 for that, Steve.
Yep.
My God. I'm glad I buy my beef whole or by the half or whole. So.
And obviously, I guess, I mean, the prices of going out to your favorite steak joint, Longhorn, Lone Star, Outback, whatever.
Oh, yes.
They're all going to be going up because
they've got to pass that. Yeah, yep. They've got to pass that cost on. And they say, we're not going to raise taxes on anybody less than $400,000. But the thing of it is this inflation is a self-inflicted wound due to him shutting the pipeline and then putting the restrictions back on the oil companies. The reason freight's down, one, people are scared about, how the money's going to be going. And two, people are, right. There's a lot of people, we're lucky we got good jobs, but there's a lot of people that live paycheck to paycheck that they're worried about, do I fill the gas tank up or do I put supper on the table for the kids? Just to get to work to try to do it all over again next week. So it's a never-ending circle on that deal. But no, I'll get out of your hair, and you have a nice weekend, and nice talking with you, Steve.
Hey, thanks for the heads up for somebody that knows his farming and stuff. The farming and man. So that's good info. So you think, all right, you talk about grocery price shock. Just get ready. It's just the beginning, the way things sound. All right, we'll get a quick time out, and lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, whoever it was called us a couple hours ago about that wreck on 75. I just pulled up the email. Rick, actually, I went by the scene by Springboro there. And that's 75 north, by the way. And it was, now this is about an hour ago. Boy, the vehicle, the photos he took of the vehicle, pretty nasty. But he did say there was one lane getting by the far right side. It was moving very slow. All right, so thanks for the heads up there. All right, what do you say? Hey, final hour. It is, all right, I know you've been anxiously anticipating. Time for your chance to win $1,000 cash and a shot at the $10,000 grand prize. This hour's keyword is resort, as in a resort destination, R-E-S-O-R-T, resort. Enter that word at tncradio.live right now or use the tncradio.live app in this nationwide contest. Good luck from Hot Shot Secret. Of course, stick around. That'll be my final keyword this week for week number 1. Again, resort. You'll have 2 more keywords coming your way throughout the broadcast day on tncradio.live. You got the morning grind between 9 and 11 a.m. They'll give you a keyword in there somewhere in the evening surge between 5 and 7 p.m. There you go. Hey, Pappy had sent me the link to this story earlier this past afternoon, where a federal judge has acquitted a New Mexico man of misdemeanor charges that he illegally entered the U.S. Capitol and engaged in disorderly conduct. Now, this is going back to the whole January 6th. This is the first acquittal from last year's riot. U.S. District Judge Trevor McFadden issuing the verdict from the bench after hearing testimony without a jury in the case against Matthew Martin McFadden, who was nominated by former President Donald Trump, acquitting Martin of all 4 counts for which he was charged. Now, Martin tells the judge he did not dispute the fact that he joined hundreds of people when he entered the Capitol. The judge says Martin's actions were about as minimal and non-serious as anyone who was at the Capitol on January the 6th. Martin is the 3rd Capitol riot defendant whose case has been resolved by a trial, but he's the first of the 3 to be acquitted of all charges that he faced. His bench trial started Tuesday. He testified that a police officer actually waved him into the building after this whole riot erupted. A prosecutor tried to dismiss that testimony as nonsense. The judge, however, said video shows 2 police officers standing near the rotunda doors, allowing people just to enter. As Martin approached the doors, one of the officers actually appeared to lean back before Martin placed a hand on the officer's shoulder as a sign of gratitude, like, hey, how we doing? The judge said Martin's testimony is largely credible. It's not unreasonable for him to assume that officers allowed him to enter the Capitol. Now, even though alarms were blaring and broken glass was strewn about the floor, the first 2 Capitol riot trials ended with convictions, although McFadden acquitted one of those defendants on of a disorderly conduct charge after a bench trial last month. There is yet another trial being held this week in D.C. for a former Virginia police officer who was charged in the attack. Either way, Martin was charged with 4 misdemeanor counts: entering and remaining in a restricted building, disorderly and disruptive conduct in a restricted building, violent entry, and disorderly conduct in a Capitol building, and parading, demonstrating, or picketing in a Capitol building. The judge said Martin appeared to be what you would call, like so many others were, a silent observer of what was going on. A judge didn't find any evidence that Martin joined others in shouting or chanting in the Capitol, or that he intended to disrupt Congress from certifying the election. Now, there are dozens of defendants who have pleaded guilty and been sentenced, but Martin is the first to actually testify at a trial. His acquittal may embolden others to maybe gamble on a bench trial. Now, although this judge so far is the only judge to preside over one and decide a case, but he pretty much said, hey, I was just going with the flow. Everybody was approaching the Capitol. I saw the police officer kind of waving him into the building. I remained in the Capitol for about 10 minutes. After entering the building through the rotunda doors, he said, I actually just enjoyed my day. Simple as that. It was a magical day in many ways, although I did see some bad things happen. All right, back at it after a news break here. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
On Capitol Hill, history has been made as the Senate votes 53-47 to confirm Ketanji Brown Jackson to the Supreme Court. She'll replace retiring Justice Stephen Breyer. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer.
This is a wonderful day, a joyous day, an inspiring day.
Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell.
The soon-to-be justice can either satisfy her radical fan club or help preserve the judiciary that Americans need, but not both. I'm afraid the nominee's records tells us which is likely, but I hope Judge Jackson proves me wrong.
Ukraine's President Vladimir Zelensky has thanked President Biden after the U.S. chose to ban Russian oil imports. Russia has also been kicked off the UN Human Rights Council. This is USA Radio News.
You clean everything else in your house, why don't you clean the air? It's easy to do with an Eden Pure Thunderstorm air purifier. They're under $200 for a 3-pack. You can put one in the kitchen, you can put one in the living room, you can put one in that room that you always flush. Go to EdenPureDeals.com, put in my promo code CLASSIC3, and you'll save $200. EdenPureDeals.com, discount code CLASSIC3, and you'll also get free shipping.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket where it belongs.
Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
How would you like to live in the world's skinniest skyscraper? Nah, baby, nah. It's not for me. I'm not keen on being way up high in a building to begin with. Not that I'm per se afraid of heights, but this is the new landmark on Manhattan's famous skyline. Steinway Tower has what they call a height to width ratio of 24-1, which means it is the most slender skyscraper in the world, according to the developers. At 1,428 feet tall, it's also one of the tallest buildings in the Western Hemisphere. It just falls short of two others in New York City, One World Trade Center and Central Park Tower. The Midtown Manhattan development includes 60 apartments spanning the tower's 84 stories and the adjacent Steinway Hall building. Okay. All right, I'm looking at the photographs here. Super slender skyscrapers known as pencil towers actually became standout features of the Hong Kong skyline back in the 1970s. Since then, major cities like New York has followed suit. The Steinway Tower skyscraper is a powerful statement, tapering elegantly but dramatically from its tip. A triplex penthouse overlooking Central Park sits at the top. So it's such a skinny building. I guess you've got, one apartment is going to be a couple levels. Yeah, the penthouse at top, 3 levels, making up just that top penthouse. But I'll leave that to you. It's just kind of downright scary to think of. You get a nice windy afternoon, you feel yourself swaying back and forth in the wind. No. All right, let's get back to the calls. Chris checking in, I believe. Morning, Chris.
Morning, Steve. Yeah, I saw something on PBS about that tower. It was a nightmare to build. I'm with you. I wouldn't want to be anywhere near it.
Yeah.
But, I heard Phil talking about Van Braun. And you know where he got his design for the V1, Steve? He admitted this at one point. The U.S. Patent Office. Goddard patented the liquid fuel rocket in 1914. That's who the Space Center is named after, Robert Goddard. He was a U.S. physicist, and he launched the first one in 1926. And I was just looking up to see what the years were exactly. I knew, but and he said he was the first one to realize that a rocket would work in a vacuum. We wouldn't be in space without him, really, because everybody thought there's no atmosphere to push against. But the way it turns out, when the thrust comes out, the rocket and the thrust push against each other, so it'll work, in dead space. I thought that was pretty interesting.
That's fascinating.
But
so I guess so. It's the Goddard Space Flight Center, right? That's what's he named after him.
Yeah, he died in 1945. But I'll tell you, if you're interested in that stuff, Steve, I know you are. But that movie, The Right Stuff, I saw a little bit on TV, but I read the book. And to me, they left out the best part of the damn book. The whole first part was about Chuck Yeager breaking the sound barrier. And they used to drop him out of a bomb bay in this little rocket-fired plane. And that's the way he broke the damn sound barrier. But he was scheduled to, the first rocket they had that would take off from the ground, it was a rocket plane. And, I guess at supersonic speeds and go up in the atmosphere. The day they were scheduled to test that thing was the day that Sputnik went off. So they canceled the damn thing right on the runway. And he took the plane up anyway. And they didn't have what do they call it, G-suits or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So he took the thing up to about 50,000 feet, passed out. And he ejected on the way down. Basically, he stole the freaking plane. It's kind of funny. That was all in the Right Stuff, the first half of the book. Got to get that and read it sometime. It's interesting as hell.
That's cool.
But, you're talking about this fertilizer. I just wanted to throw in. I bought some organic fertilizer for a garden one time, and it was chicken manure. And I tell you, I never saw anything grow like that stuff. But the problem was so many damn bugs. It was just full of bugs all over the place.
Yeah. That was
hell with fertilizer.
That was served a reason.
Think you know how to use
I remember years ago, when I was still living there in Northwest Georgia, and out there there's a Speedway, North Georgia Speedway, where I worked on the weekends, and they had fertilized. Yeah, there were acres and acres and whatnot where they used parking in the grassy areas, and a lot of it had been obviously run down by the vehicles, turning into more like a mud pit. So they were looking to plant grass and whatnot, but they had chicken manure spread all over the field. It smelled like hell, but supposedly it did the job. That grass grew. And about 17 before the hour, it is 844-844-3388. With the numbers that came out about a week ago, a nearly 2-year streak of trucking employment growth came to an end. Now, is this an indicator that the economy is hitting the brakes? After unprecedented consumer demand, according to the latest data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the workforce lost nearly 5,000 trucking jobs in the month of March. That would be the first month-to-month decrease since April of 2020. 2 years, when the start of the pandemic wiped out nearly 80,000 trucking jobs. Those numbers were preliminary, probably going to change over the next couple of months. Updated numbers for January and February actually reveal a better start to the year than previously indicated. Trucking employment went up by nearly 7,000 jobs in January. It was up by 2,000 from what was initially reported. February's revised data revealed an increase of nearly 5,000 jobs from initial reports. So year to date, nearly 12,000 more trucking jobs in the country. This time last year, more than 10,000 jobs in the trucking industry were added as well. So the numbers, although the year kicked off with a surge in trucking employment, March's numbers suggest that consistent growth may be about to subside. This frenzy in hiring truck drivers may be coming to an end. If the tentative signs of a softening freight market that emerged in mid-March prove durable, it's likely that logistics firms are going to pause what has been a rather aggressive pace of hiring. They're going to pull the brake on wage offers, all these big sign-on bonuses and things of that nature probably going to begin to disappear. And they'll actually begin to retreat from these worker training investments. It's hard to get a guide from just 1 month, but on the other hand, March's trucking employment may indicate there is no driver shortage. On the other hand, those numbers may also include all types of job roles in the trucking industry, not just the actual driver jobs. Guess when they get the next month's numbers, you get 2 months and you get a better figure as to, is this a trend or was this just an anomaly from the previous month? Morning, Mercury Man. What's happening?
Hey, Steve. Hey, we were talking about food prices a while ago. I placed my order for a half a cow, side of beef, just a whole half a cow.
Okay.
Yesterday. And it's going to run me anywhere from $1,300 to $1,500 for a half a cow. And I've checked pretty much all over the state of Mississippi, and that's the most reasonable price that I could find so far around here. And he said it would yield anywhere from 250 to 300 and a quarter processed meat, 325 pounds of processed meat. And we figured it up it's about $6 and some few cents a pound, so still cheaper than what you can get at a grocery store if you went and bought steaks and hamburger meat and all that stuff,
Yeah.
But yeah, I thought that was kind of pricey, but hell, that's what everybody else is charging, if not more. And I asked him about a pig, how much, for a pig, and he said pork is just gone outrageous. And he said a whole pig you're looking at about $1,400 processed. I like to diet. I said I told my wife, I said we ain't eating bacon. Bible. Ain't gonna be no bacon.
If you've bought half cow, half pig before, go back. What would have run like 2 years ago? Was it half that amount or? It
seemed like we priced it like $750, $800 about 3 years ago.
Okay.
And we never did do it. We thought that was high, But now we went and bought another deep freeze last weekend. I told my wife, I said that we just gonna buy it up and put it up and just see what happens, But I thought that was pretty. There was a guy in Arkansas that would actually bring the meat to us over here because I live right in the geographical middle of Mississippi,
Mm-hmm.
And but he was about $150 more than what I wanted to do. But hell, I won't even be able to get my side of beef till June. This guy seems to be pretty backed up on everything he's got too. He said everybody's placing orders for it. So, but it is what it is.
In other words, you're not the only.
I want to holler. I want to give out. Sorry, what?
I was going to say, in other words, you're not the only one with the idea of trying to stock up like that. Get it while because if you think it's expensive now, what's $1,500 now may actually be $2,500 in another year.
That's right. Well, I talked to a friend of mine here in Untitled County, and he's got a few pigs. He said they won't be ready till about July, and he said that he can give me one and they can process it and everything. He don't cure them or nothing, but he do it for about I think he said $700 and get it processed and everything. But I would have to cure it. I don't, of course, I don't do none of this stuff. I had to find somebody to cure the meat, the ham, the bacon,
Mm-hmm.
Get it smoked and all that stuff,
Right.
But just trying to hedge my bet. You know what I'm saying?
No doubt. I hear you.
I want to. My son's going to probably be listening to the podcast. My son lives up there, and his wife, they live up there in Mason up there, and he works for Honeywell, and I want to give him a shout out. Tell him I said, hey, he's supposed to be listening to the podcast tomorrow, so find out if he's listening to the podcast. I told him to check it out.
All right.
But he's an engineer at Honeywell up there, and he seems to like it. I told him, I said, you're going to be shoveling a lot of damn snow up there if you move up there. That's a big culture shock. He took to it like a duck to water, so. But anyway, I appreciate you taking my call, Steve.
Thank you. All right. Shout out to your boy there. And, I'll gladly swap this cold, wintry weather for a warmer southern climate any day. But we'll get our final time out. Looks like Heat Wave going to check in here one more time here as we head down the home stretch on a Friday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, we've all heard the old mantra, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Have you seen the viral video out of New Orleans? A guy that actually lives like in what they call the central business district said his vehicle has been broken into like 8 times in a matter of months. And I'm going to say broken into. The video, which was released, the bad guys, actually, they pull up in a vehicle, someone in the back jumps out, they bust out the window, and the guy leans in, they're looking to smash and grab, as they call it. Well, this guy said, all right, he'd had enough. Now, law enforcement kind of questioning where he got his hands on what they call a flash bang. That often, in riot situations and things like that, police will deploy flash bangs into the crowd and whatnot. It's quite a boom. It's kind of funny. This guy busts out the window, leans in. Next thing you know, you see the inside of the vehicle light up. Boom. Dude obviously falls out the window, jumps right back in the vehicle, the getaway car, and they hadn't even got his door shut. and they were pulling away. They say police in New Orleans are begging with people to please don't follow the lead of this guy because it could lead to serious bodily injury, blah, blah, blah. Well, the guy that did it said, I don't want the guy to die, but I'm kind of sick and tired of him just to be able to smash my window out and run away, no consequences. Yeah, a flashbang. It's described as a non-lethal stun grenade that he had just pretty much installed right in the center console of his truck. So, yeah, I like that. You know, there's a little deterrent there. Maybe dude will think twice before he smashes out the next window, or maybe not. What do you say, heat wave?
Well, thank you for part two there, senor. Hey, kudos to that guy for the flashbang. Yeah, you know, the criminal element is being sheltered, and it's about time that some folks turn around and start making them pay for their actions. I mean, if the legal system ain't going to do it, we need to do it ourselves.
Yep.
So I guess we're going to be reverting back to the wild, wild west out here. So, dadgummit. Yeah, you know, you would think it'd be cheaper to get your own calf and raise it to butcher it, but you know, even then, I mean, you got to pay for the hay, the grains.
Yep.
I mean, if you find a 2-strand bale for $10 here in New Mexico, that's pretty cheap. That is cheap, you know. But yeah, that old boy you're talking about that got acquitted, I think, I may be wrong, but I think he is the leader of Cowboys for Trump. Because he was on the news, I think earlier this week, talking about, you know, I didn't do anything wrong. I just went in like the rest of the people did, and we were invited. You know, I guess he was talking about the police officers inviting them in. But I believe he is the leader, the founder of the Cowboys for Trump movement there in New Mexico.
Huh.
So, yeah, I heard Governor Abbott there in Texas had walked back his statement stating, well, he couldn't just send them people to all them illegal aliens to D.C. because it would be considered kidnapping. And I'm thinking, man, they came up there to your state illegally.
Illegally.
I mean,
that's pretty much what Jen Psaki was saying that yesterday. Yeah. Jen was saying that, well, you can't forcibly send them somewhere. It's like, well, why the hell not? They entered the country illegally. But yes, they've got to volunteer to board that bus to go to D.C. All right. Hey, Heat Wave, thank you so much for the call. Have a great weekend. We are flat out of time. So everyone be safe out there. Have a great weekend. When we come back here on a Sunday night into a Monday morning, likely we'll have a much better handle on what could be a very volatile week weather-wise, literally spanning the entire stretch Monday through Friday, with potentially some areas looking at blizzard conditions, severe weather outbreak, not just in the south, but across the central and eastern U.S., all the way up to the Great Lakes region. We'll have all the details right here. Hope you'll join us for the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. change except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.